Hello everyone, this is Stevie and Heartbound, and I'm on someone you may not be familiar with. This isn't my Bashir. This is the original tour guide I was going to use to show you this game. This is Nivus Bound Hot. Like I've told you before in kind of the storyline, my original paladin retired to a Neriac because he was killing sight in so many cities. It's the only place that would take him. So at some point he married a cleric of hatred and they worshipped Inaruk. And since he was human, he passed away. And this is the child of that priest and my paladin. So she is a cleric. Now she's though where I said where newbies quit, you know, I am a little bit further on some of those. You know, I just skipped. You know, I wanted to show you how annoying those quests were. Well, this was my original person to give you these tours. So I did a lot of faction work to get her to do so. But last time I was out here, I was just killing dwarves. As one would do. You know, dwarf meat, dwarf tongues, alcohol. What more could you really ask for? But I wanted to get non-kill on sight with the people of this town, the Caladem. But I ran out of time before I wanted to start streaming. So that's why. Now, excuse you. Because normally when I play these games, I play a cleric. Or a healer class of some sort. Hold on. I need to do something really quick. My game is going to look like it has low frames per second for a second. Well, that's okay. I was just saying there. My ogre warrior is very, very useful. Let's pop out chat. Okay, very good. So now that we've done our introductions, the main problem and why I'm ending the tours out here is because when I played this game, I was like 2004, 2005, 2006. I really don't know a whole lot past Kunark and Valius and a little bit of Luklin. I wanted to be friends with these guards, but well, it's not gonna happen. This is the other side of the coin, where you are on Team Evil. If you take out those bandits, just kind of farm them, and you take out these blue goblins, you can have an evil character get into the good cities. But the best way that you can do it is if you worship Inaruk, if you get the what's that? You know, you can get a Storm Guard, which is the Dwarf Guards, Emerald Warriors, which is the Wood Elf Guards, and Gem Choppers, which is the Gnomes, which, because we had a nice gnome spawn in Freeport that always attacks evil characters, it's usually good to get up with the Gem Choppers. That does not normally happen. I don't know why I have that little thing. Okay. Playing in third person because I don't know why it's doing that. That's okay, we can see my character. Which, like I said, she is the daughter of my old paladin. So this is a daughter character. And as such is pure in her devotion to Interuk, the Lord of Hatred. People nowadays are about, you know, not wanting to spread hate and such like that. Well, my character is a Templar of Interuk, so that's kind of her deal. That makes her very happy. Of course, I do want, but like I said, she was originally going to be the tour guide. Doesn't even want the items, just took them off for fun. We're going to go on a tour of the evil cities I couldn't get to with my Vashir. Because while trolls and ogres have trouble going into their cities, what's going on? Well, I guess the docks aren't guarded by dwarves anymore. The goblins have completely taken hold of it. That's okay. Dwarves are useless anyway. They don't see the glory of Interuk. But this character can go into a river vale, which if I wanted to take out the halflings, I can get a clicky snare, which would be really, really useful. That's why I've been planning about a snare on the my main character, or my main tour guide character. Whee! But if you notice on my Skyrim playthroughs, I partnered up with a Rander pretty early on. Because when I was younger, I played humans and I played good characters because I wanted to go into the good cities. But as I gotten older, I've just appreciated dark elves, ogres, and trolls, and the evil characters. Probably doesn't help that my paladin got killed on sight in like every city, except for I think Felwith and some of the Fader cities. No, I had trouble too because I kept taking out the Fantastic Four and Dagnor's Cauldron. But it's just like one of those things. It's this isn't a hunting area. This is just town. Okay. That's kind of why I love this game. See, all I can do really now from this point is just grinding. Not really sure how to make that entertaining. Especially week after week after week after week. But this is how fast you'd normally run. No Spirit of the Wolf. No floating around. Just your good old-fashioned cleric with her bumbly bodyguard. Well, basically what you do is you'll put your damage shield on your mercenary. And she doesn't have a lot of money. She's much poorer than my Vashir. But that's mainly because I had to pay my mercenary to kind of take the hits for me. And these battles take a while. Because yes, I do have a damaging spell. That's not what clerics are built for. If you want to do damage as a healer, you might want to play a wet Eastern MMO. But this game, for all of its bits and pieces, is a really, really good game. It's worth the enjoyment. Yeah, Dark Elf is a powerful, or not powerful, well it is powerful. It's a popular class, that's what I was trying to say. Lots of people do like playing the Dark Elves. That's stupid stick. You know, she has a tailoring trophy. She's gonna do all the little tailoring quests and get all the little trophies so she can do her trade skills. But then I was like, how do I make this entertaining for an audience? She has very low kill power. And while I'm willing to sit there and, you know, and enjoy myself while taking out a giant, you'd probably have more fun watching a Vashir just kind of plow through monsters. So she took a back seat, but I do need my dear cleric for Dark City tours. So we're going to go to Neriak first, because I front loaded the Kanos on my first show, so we'll do the City of the Dark Elves. Now, if you're an ogre of Rallosec, or a troll of Rallosec or something like that, you can't go through the Dark Elf City, even though they're your allies. It is very hard for evil characters to bank, sell, do general stuff. You can't even be attacked in this zone. I don't know. There are things afoot. What's really good is the evil characters and classes have their own section of the plane of knowledge. Yes, you could argue that they have this one up here, but this is just like nothing. They don't even have enough cities to kind of get that area up. You've got everything up here. How you like that? Walking sideways. It's just the walking animation. Now there is Cabalus, which is Kunark, and this is the Antonica and Fader. So, well, yes, technically there is another evil city. It's just the XR one. For the sake of focus, we'll just do the ones I'm familiar with, because I'm real old school. And I used to aid before TeamSpeak and Ventrilo got popular. Then people weren't as typey as before. Okay, so we're in the old stomping grounds. Necklace Forest used to be a lot darker. My character does have ultra vision, but the thing with dark classes is you're always going to have trouble with spellcasters. But most spellcasters are vendors and guild masters. So it's really rare you'll actually get attacked by one in the city. So if I got a Kanos, I can pretty much go everywhere I want. Same thing with the gnome cities and everything else. Almost there. Kind of feels a little different. Like, Dark Elves are kind of special. This is a raid monster NPC. He's for a quest. Nicely, they put him outside. But like most town guards and stuff, they don't really talk to you. But Neriak is probably one of my favorite put together cities. It's the city of the bunny. And naturally I get turned around as soon as I go in. Your frames kind of drop and spike. They've always done that. No matter how good your hardware is, it's no big deal. But now that the erudite foreheads are polished, I'll go back in. This is the foreign quarter. There's pretty much 4 zones in Neriak. It is a very big city. And it's supposed to be the big hub. Now most okay, 4 at this time. Now, this is the first thing you see. Now these X ladies up here, they're a very good. If you click them and you consider them, they'll tell you if you're killing a site in the city. Like if you're an ogre of Ralosek or one of those classes, they'll be scowling to you and you'll have trouble getting around the city. But this is Indigo Brotherhood, so just checking these NPCs will tell you how you can move around the city. But the foreign quarter is good because if you're a neutral type or evil most of the time, this is a city where you can kind of rest. As long as you're not you can be dubious with the Indigo Brotherhood, but this is a very welcoming part of the city. Now, as you get into the city a little further, if you're not okay with them, you can go up this wall here. Kind of sneak in the city that way. Because I know I used to have to use it. Hold on. First person view. Bear with me. Okay. You just hop over that wall there. You can head out and over to this side. So this is if you are neutral and you don't want to deal with all those people. Hop down here. This is the foreign quarter and proper. Come down here. And this is where you would be. Go down here to the pit. You can sell your stuff here. If I remember, there's a banker here. Is there a banker here? Doesn't look like it. But I remember spending a lot of time here because you could sell your stuff here. But most of the NPCs will talk to you. The Bunny Town. And generally the way you tell if an NPC does something is if you hail it, it'll talk to you. Otherwise you can defeat it and see if it drops anything. Brings lots of memories. Now there are several ways to the commons, but you have the Dreadguard Inner and the Dreadguard Outer, which are the Dark Elf guards for Neriac. So if you go in there and you're not a Dark Elf, they're probably going to chase you out. But here's Pungla. Welcome. Drink you shall, some of the finest drinks of the lands. The flaming Pungla. I suggest you. It all me sells. Greatest drink of Plunga's creation. Buy one you should. They good, so me got charged 3 golds. So if you click her, try to steal from her, that's not going to work. So you need to get 3 gold and give it to Pungla directly. Bottoms up. And I've completed the trade with Pungla. And I got 500 things in my inventory. I get the flame Pungla. This is a very persuasive drink. So we'll save this and I'll show you for a reason. So when you kind of finally understand the Dark Elves a little bit better, if you want to hire a Dark Elf, they are always fighting rodents. Why? I don't know. But this is a PvP arena. So where you normally have people fighting in here, you also got the mercenaries just constantly beating up rodents. Now that's some PvP. But most of these ogres and trolls are neutral to everybody. Me Unglin, mighty ogre, member of Cracknecks. We crush 4 dark elves. I like dark elves. Me love friends dark elves. If you say mean, I think, if I recall correctly, he attacks you, so we're not going to do that. Can I beat them? Yes, but you lose faction with the area if you take them out. So, you like Dark Elves. Oh, hi, Davids. You want to buy something? Now compare this to the other vendors we crossed going all over Antonica. You know, these guys actually talk to you. So I thought that was cool. They got a lot of potions and stuff. Like, this is stuff you've already seen. You go through. This is dwarf meat. Good for ogres. There's my spells. There's some files and some rough silk. So I was really planning to make this character my really strong one to like show everybody around this world I love so much. Gotta figure out how to do it and make it clean. And that's okay. Golden bandit tooth. Fresh from the dwarves. Some fish oil. Fish oil is very hard to get, so I am keeping it. I have earned my fish oil. So you go through the bunny door. And some people will say, no, that's not a bunny. That's a symbol of hatred. The symbol of Vinarug. No, it's a bunny. But yeah, these are just basically beds. I don't really recall anyone ever going in here when I was in the foreign quarter. This is where my paladin lived. This is where he met role-playing. Knivets' his mother. A little pungla. There's another NPC which you give money to directly. And it's kind of fun because it kind of ties the whole town together. It kind of shows you what the Dark Elves are about. Because at a glance, if you look at them, it's okay, they're the people of hatred. The people of Vinarug, the twisted high elves. Yeah, I think that's it. We got into. Look at that masterpiece. Now, if you notice in Kanos, they had some birds playing cards. I think he's just for fun. Who checks Avunsa? The reason you're seeing a lot of trolls and ogres again is this is the foreign quarter. If you are not a dark elf, you're expected to stay over here. Because you'll be attacked by dark elves the further in you go. Actually, let me make sure I'm speaking Dark Elvish. Yeah. This character is a polyglot. I know how to speak to barbarians, halflings, and some others. So I should have sold him the dwarf meat now that I think about it. Meat. We need meat. We got meats. High elf meat, dwarf meat, human meat, hee meat, froggy legs. We got a lot. Hee meat. That's human, erudite, and high elf mashed together. Very tasty. Got some froggy legs. Froggy legs come from far away. You know, from friend Chief Duga. It's not as tasty. Trolls like it. Eat it up much. They eat too much froggy. Me lad Nerblig. Leave Neriak. Eat way too much frogly. Big and tall, fat, or big and fat troll Nerblig is. He leaves to fish in Tearsy Ocean. We promised to deliver him food or he come back. Gobbler needs some dumb person to deliver Grublocker to Nerblig. So if you want to be friends, you can kind of do this little fetch quest. But human, high elf, and erudite meat together. Tasty troll food of the trolls, ogres, and dark elves. Nothing like sitting in front of a human or an erudite and or a high elf and just gobbling up that hee meat. That's what they're good for. You want to buy stuff? Or you want stuff? Or maybe you look for a cure? Look for a cure. Nah. And some frog-like blood, some eyes. You know, the tasty stuff. Still can't believe they took over Gakta, or tried to make a Grabendegukta. That was very rude. Here's some shiny things. So look at this beautiful woman. Nope, she's not gonna have it. There are indeed some shiny things. So I mean, if you imagine you're a human kind of going through here, and you're trying to buy some hee meat, and then you're just like, well, you know, you have some moral problems with it at first, but then you're just like, well, okay, when in Rome, do what the Romans do. Oh yeah. So if you wanted to fight, like, even in the foreign quarter, people like to spend time with their own, right? I got the trolls over here. See if I can figure out how to get up to that. Yeah, we were invite some pieces. Okay. So you are upstairs. Hold on. Did I talk to Marak yet? No, he's just there to have a good time. There we go. Go through the bunny door. Here. Imagine another player comes in here and just like wipes out my character in one hit. It's not impossible. Ah. Imagine doing this without a map, by the way. Okay, finally. Go through the bunny door. And we get no dialogue. That was worth it. That's okay. Just gonna fall for 2 damage. Mortal damage. I will never recover. Okay. So if you don't know what these rodents are, if you kill a rodent, you can take the whiskers and turn it into an exterminator. You get 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 copper, and a little bit of a good faction with the area. Now, there are these sigils all over the city. For me, I have ultra vision, so everything kind of has a purple hue. But if you're a human or a halfling or something, and you're in the foreign quarter, this is kind of like a flashlight. It kind of tells you there's something down here. So we'll go through another bunny door. And my character is a priest of Inarug, or priestess of Inarug. So she's about as respected as you can get if you're outside of being a necromancer. Because Dark Elf necromancers are kind of like really up there on the hierarchy. What was the pig sticker? Looked a good old Kruna. Got some severed human heads, I'm sure. I'm kidding. Maybe. Guard Swang is just kind of watching over us, making sure we don't get any trouble. Could you imagine a Dark Elf going missing in the Ogre and Troll section of town? That would be quite the issue. Nah. You guys are supposed to talk to me. I'm a Dark Elf. This is the old, what that symbol shows is the shaman area. So this is the guard's quarters. Hello, citizen. Me, I'm here to guard you, so put away any weapons. It's just my flashlight, I'm sorry. So as long as Guard Lumpkin is here to protect the Dark Elves, I think we're in good shape. It's not uncommon for civilization to have guards that are not of their own. But Lumpkin is a very special guy. He delivers candy to Nereak children, and he makes sure they get to school safely. He works very hard. He's not the strongest guard, but, you know. Now, what's funny is this place says there's people here, but I've never seen anyone here. You got your classic bunny symbol, which is probably one of my favorite sigils in the game. But like you'll see, like say shaman and stuff like that. But they weren't here last time. I was just wanting to check, see if they're here maybe this time. By the way, the jumping animation for Dark Elves is very silly. Well, that's okay. And I have my helmet hidden because it's just basically a skull. But so there's a secret here. So if you go past good old Osa here into this room, there's a symbol that's Inaruk. That's what he looks like. He's just got a really long chin, devil horns. You know, they say he's the Prince of Hate, but he's pretty cool. Well, there's a bed here. So behind the bed, there's a secret way to Nereak Commons. I'll show you what's over here, but I'm going to go to the main entrance first. Well, this is the secret entrance. So if God forbid you're one of the good people, this is how you get to the commons. Let's get a mascot rug and bug. There's a fake floor and everything. They just kind of come through the rubble. Now if you go this way, you'll fall through into the actual Nereak city, where the Dreadguard enter and the Dreadguard outer will not be pleased with your actions. But, you know, let's flush over to Soma, who looks upon me warmly, the priest of Discord. You know, same old, same old. Through a fake wall. Same place, fake floor. That's so the good people don't get knocked in their own accident, unless they're really exploring. But by the way, again, I have ultra vision. This would be very, very dark if you weren't a dark elf. Dark elves are the only race in this game that have ultra vision. So the good would skulk around this area. There's no guards or anything, and you pop out here. Now why a good person would want to be here is beyond me. Well, you got this little area, and you've got the bartender. I don't really say anything. But, you know, if you wanted to have a drink, if you're that desperate, wanted to take that many risks, and there you go. And I fell. So now we're in the city proper. But I want to go back to the foreign quarter for a second. So that rat was kind enough to open the gate. This is the guy you talked to. You know, if you bring him 4 rat whiskers, I'll give you a little bit of gold. Let's go back to the foreign quarter. The dragoons are the real powerful guards in the Dark Elven City. But you know, some people wanted to hunt dark elves. You know, the name of the good. You must be the one that sent to assist me. Good, I have need of flesh for my spell work. I wish to summon them myself. Give me 3 samples of flesh from these new logoed beings. Put the samples in this flesh thread satchels so they don't decay. Remember, if we went to a Dulac Harbor, we saw a lot of those logolds So originally going to do this quest just to take their skin. Just kind of show you that. But this is the proper way out. As we're not sneaking around. But it is possible for good races to infiltrate the city, which I think was kind of a nice touch. I know it because I had to do it. Well, that's okay. I was able to live rather comfortably in the foreign quarter. I just had to, there used to be North and East and West Freeport. But now they've gotten rid of North Freeport. But North Freeport had a bank. So I would take my paladin and I'd use Divine Aura, which my cleric has it too. And it renders you invulnerable for about 20 seconds. So what you do, and for some reason they made the gate guards really, really strong. Like ridiculously strong. And then, as I've shown you earlier, there's like a level 99 militia there now, which is silly. But you go from the plane of knowledge, you'd Divine Aura up, and you just bolt North Freeport. And then you go and bank and stuff like that. And then you come back here where it's a little bit more central of an area. And you just live in Neriac and bank in Freeport. And you kind of had to. Well, they changed it, so it kind of took my banking area, which wasn't ideal. Okay, so I think that's it for the foreign quarter. But this is where I used to live as a paladin. I lived among the ogres and trolls. So my paladin of Krana, this is where I lived. So that was a lot of memories. But if you're an actual dark elf, the city opens up a little bit more to you. And don't get me wrong, there's other, you'll see in a second. A nice gold motif. But here's a Divine little crit because critical hits. Got Pasolka Noir. He likes the old Noir films. Ardholax, which I've probably killed on an accident before. I'm sorry, sir. But I mean, these guys have, you know, they're level 35. They're in a pretty killable spot. I'm just saying. What's funny is the XT people, they disappeared for a while. I don't remember why. Kind of glad they're back. But you didn't have a way to see if you were killing a site in the city for a while. Hold on, let me get up there. First person shenanigans. All I'm doing is I'm jumping around that corner. It just takes a second. My character's short. She has little legs. I wish I could make this in one hit jump, but I'm short. Same with a human. Well, heck, I've already done it once. You've seen me do it. Like literally just a minute ago. There. Okay. Just hop up there. Hold on. Now what I'm doing is I'm jumping around the other side. And yes, you have to do it that way. Yeah, you hop up here, you can get to them. Now you might say, okay, I'm stupid. Now you might say, why not just take that path and just walk up like a normal person? And I will say, the shortest path is a straight line. I'm so used to doing it the good guy way on my paladin. I didn't even consider it. But yes, I suppose if you were so inclined, you could take the stairs. But anyway, here's the Tempe sisters. We three are the sisters dark. Necromancy is our art. Bonded dead, they serve our will. No beat of heart, yet faithful still. We are three sisters. Three are sisters dark, keepers of the shadow and dread, lord of death. We research now. Join with us and serve the dead. Servants of Inaruk, we are the dead. Where darkness beckons, we shall be led. The lore of death is shadowbound. Its words are hid, it shall be found. There are research into the dark, old facts is found, and parchment marked. The words are hid in tomes of old, the yielded lore worth more than gold. Though we search both fore and hind, components we cannot yet find. We need components for research. These things are that you could find. In return to the task you perform, words of reward we have in mind. So if you are a necromancer, this is where you get your spells. The leather for female dark elves. Considering most of the time you're looking at your character from the back, it's an interesting view. But for people with higher constitutions, that shouldn't bring forth any thoughts of any sort. You know, lest you be lured to Inaruk's the call. Sneak. You know what's funny is these symbols never come up unless you're like here. But it's kind of like a banner because it's hanging from the ceiling, but at the same time it's supposed to be magic. But those two sisters there will tell you if you're gonna have trouble in the deeper areas of Neriak. Just because they'll attack you if you aren't to the right faction. And you can be an ogre and have problems with them. It's not just the good races. But hear ye, Master Nerex of the Indigo Brotherhood is offering 1 gold piece for every Leatherfoot Raider skull cap. Now, a Leatherfoot Raider is a halfling guard, and what I have in front of me is a halfling. So this is, like I said, it's the 4 1/4. It's where all the other races are able to be with the dark elves. Farlane doesn't really say anything. He just sells basic stuff. But it just kind of shows you. Like, you know, this is a human. Palace Derricor. Humans are welcome, as long as they're neutral or evil. Soulbinder, just basic NPC. This is the chainmail for females. I kind of personally prefer the plate look, but that's just me. I may be biased because I play paladins and clerics. But this is Chon Chon. Ah, look, fresh meat for the grinder. No doubt you're looking for a task to keep yourself busy, like we all are. It just so happens that I've got one or two that can stick your meddling nose into for a while. Maybe it'll keep you out of trouble, so I want her to come and find and rescue you. Who knows? She's a little tired of helping dark elves that get in trouble. But that's just kind of a quest things. She's an older NPC, so she doesn't have the soul that the original NPCs do. Greetings. I wish I had time to talk, but I do not. There's another human. He's a bartender. Now we've thrown into 2 bartenders so far, and I think you'll see a theme, and that's kind of why. But there's one ogre here, which I know used to make me laugh a lot. I think she's upstairs. I thought it was Chon Chon. Was it you? No. Another bartender, another human bartender. Some more really cool paintings, which, you know, human types. You can kind of see the human things. Certainly not Inaruk types. I'm just saying. They're not purple. They don't have the grape juice skin. Let's go back downstairs. And I apologize if you're kind of walking, you know, with me. A lot of times I'll walk backwards, so everything looks kind of weird. Like, it looks like I'm walking forward, but I'm not. There was an ogre here, which was really, really fun. I thought it was Chon Chon. I don't think they lobotomized her. Surely, surely. No, it had to be somebody else. An ogre wouldn't dare say that to a dark elf. Greetings, I'm Javin Voss. I am first amongst those that create a set of robes that is very powerful. Using my ability to research and tailoring, I have sewn mystical patterns into the robe, and fuses the robes with great power. If you would try to do this yourself, I'll give you some of the patterns that I've been using. Let me know if you need a robe pattern. If you need a book detailing the steps that I took to create the robe, I have them for a small fee. So if you are a necromancer, like, Defiance gear is miles above anything you can get in these old towns. But, you know, we had ways and quests. Another human. I think this is, the drinking area. So this is, kind of interesting, because this looks like a human monk. So we got more halflings. Which, if you go outside or you're serving in a rug, you're fighting halflings. So the significance of halflings just kind of hanging out is kind of pretty big. It just kind of goes to show you that, yeah, it's not all that bad. So while you can take out halflings, and this character can walk around Rivervale, but she's permanently killed on sight of the Priests of Mischief. But because the Priests of Mischiefs are all spell vendors and guild masters, they don't attack anymore. So I have free reign of Rivervale. Where in the olden days I wouldn't. That's kind of funny. Now Gamble's Greens is funny because I think this is the only for the longest time, this is the only person I saw with this model. This is the only erudite in the city. And the vial swirling smoke. And it returns you to your bind point. We have Origin now. But it used to be this would be the only way to get back home if you're a melee class. And this costs 1,000 platinum. Now the problem with this is if you keep one for emergency, the gate spell on rare occasion can fail. So if you buy 1,000 platinum, which used to be a lot of money back in the day, and you're like, okay, I'm tired of hunting in, like, let's say the Plain of Storms or something, and you pop your potion and it fails, what do you do now? So I'm glad we have Origin for that purpose, because being able to go to a safe spot after a day of hunting was kind of a big deal. So that's a very important NPC, but not for the reasons you might think. So, let's see. This is pretty. Looks like a diamond out there. It's not, but it looks like one. View of the other bars. Just beds and stuff. Originally when this game launched, it didn't have the rodents everywhere. So the place looks a lot less clean than it actually is. But here's whoops. Little fountain. It's kind of hard to even notice, but there it is. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, so I think we're done with the foreign quarter. So we'll be going to the commons. Now the commons is less friendly to the non-dark elves. But if you're of the evil persuasion, you can still kind of get around. And again, This will be pitch black if you're not a dark elf. This only purple because I have ultra vision. So if you're evil, or, well, if you're not a dark elf, this is a very hard place to navigate. But here's your priest of discord. Got some water. It doesn't really go anywhere. I'll show you where that goes in a little bit. I don't know why that one's all glitchy out. I don't know. Video games. Okay, we're gonna pretend that's working properly. But yeah, it's just one little Interrupt symbols. Your little star. That's where it goes if you're a fall in. You just go across another bridge. You were hunting dark elves. These are little 40, 40, 35 dragoons. Join us by celebrating my promotion to the rank of dragoon. I shall still respect all of you scum. So he's very happy about getting promoted. He'll still respect all of you scum. He's like, yeah, whatever. Dark elves are very aware of what they are. So we get sufficient supplies. Exterminator. That's but there's a lot going on here. Yeah, that's the fake wall. So this would be the building. You know, this is kind of where we were earlier, where I kind of got in. And Gardena is like, he's supposed to be watching this area for good people, but he's not very good at paying attention, which is good. This is the toadstool. So if you ever wanted to escape and you fell down, you go to the toadstool, you'd be like, oops, oh, danger, danger, danger. What do I do? What do I do? You come down here. But yeah, it's a bar. Now, this is for an epic quest, I think. Vorshar the Despised turns with an icy glare. Hail, Nivets. I am Vorshar the Despised. I trust you have important business with me. Why else would you disturb one when it's so obvious I am of great power? I was selected by Interrook himself to reside in the realm of heroes. I have sacrificed many a mortal in the eyes of hate, and do not be so quick to assume I would not be delighted to perform the rite again. Vorshar the Despised curls his lip in a twisted, sinister smirk. You dare to ask one such as I the will of the hateful father? However, you do seem to be quite lacking in the field of thought and intelligence, which I would easily explain to why you have not heard my name nor of my legend. Well, I've got 255 ants, so... I, my dear Stark Elf, was chosen by Interrook's hand during the uprising and fall of the Combine Empire, when the Teardal first began to discuss the decision of the treaty, signed the treaty, and joined the Empire. I was one of the few who opposed siding with the humans and the rest of the lowly creatures of this world. Probably a smarter choice. Vorshar the Despised narrows his eyes, blazing with hatred and a sinister amusement. The Combine Empire was a short-lived political structure of many of the world's races that fell shortly after my ascension. Enrook had found my faith and devotion to his word and his children so appealing that he chose me to walk within the Hall of Heroes. Although now I have returned. To this moment, I know not why I have been given such a punishment to as again to lay sight and give ear to the grotesque, obtuse creatures of Norath. It is a Dark Father's will that I have returned to this realm. Do not question his judgment, nor shall I ever. His will is mine, and I do not question myself. The Dark Father wishes to expand his followers within the realm of heroes, and thus I have been sent as more of a judge and jury who will consider worthy of Interrook's recognition and divine favor. Vorshar the Despised looks at you for a moment, his features emotionless and beyond searing impatience and hatred with his own eyes. You have only furthered my faith by your utter lack of wit. Those who gain favor with the Dark Father carry a symbol, a coin, they must give to me for proper judgment. Without that coin, you are but another fool in a sea of imbeciles. So in order for me to get that symbol, I had to take out some halflings in the Neuric Forest. They'll give me a radiant symbol of Vinaruk. They'll give me my stick clicky snare. But the cause of that is I won't be able to walk around Rivervale anymore because they'll be quite upset that I took out the halflings. So that's why I don't have it. But if I did, I would be talking to Vorshar and aligning myself with my beloved deity. But I don't want to do it yet. So if you come down here to the docks, this is a lone dark elf. Level 10, you know, perfect for a good race to sneak by or, dare I say it, attack. You know, considering they come from the toadstool. I know where you guys come out, so I've been on the other side. I know your secrets. This is this is the Warriors Guild. You can tell by the giant sword. Alternatively, you can go through the spires. We're gonna go to House Debath first. So this is House Debath. Greetings. I am pleased to report that I am fully stocked. Please have a look at the goods I have for sale. You know, this is just your general vendor. But they talk to you, which is so what you saw in Kanos, you kind of see in Neuriac. This is the other city they gave a lot of love to. I wish they gave all the cities the same love they gave Kanos and Neuriac, but well, that's not what happened. It's just bedrooms. Now, there's not a lot of people in this house, so I don't know why they need so many bedrooms, but maybe they wanted to double as an inn at some point. I got a little ogre guard guarding me as I go through this dark elf place. Wait, let's go upstairs before we finish. I do think it's funny that he's not an innkeeper, considering how many house rooms he has. Look at this rug. Isn't that look pretty? Whoever made this rug did a good job. It's one of the prettiest rugs in this game. I mean, you can technically say they're all good, but that one upstairs looks really pretty. This is the Warrior Guild. If you wanted to play a Dark Elf Warrior, this is where you'd be spending most of your time. Now, Dark Elves don't... Well, here's the thing. If you play an Ogre, you can't be stunned from the front. You have a lot of strength and stamina. So if you're going to play evil, generally, you play an Ogre Warrior. But like I said earlier, Ogre Warriors of Ralazek or kill on sight to parts of the Dark Elf City. But the reverse is not true. Dark Elves are not to kill on sight in the Ogre City. So, it could be if you want to get around easier, but you have a lot less strength. You can be stunned. You have Ultra Vision, which is really good. There's another bartender. So, how many bartenders have we run across so far? A lot of them. But, you know, you got your classic dwarf hanging from the ceiling, as a dwarf should be. This is the guild master. Welcome. A brother of the Indigo you must be. Why else would one dare to roam the corridors of the Cauldron of Hate? You're most likely sent here to speak with Yagek. If so, speak up and tell Yagek who sent you. Basically just telling you to go talk to Yagek. Got some dumb humans which wandered too close to this place. But I mean, it's their own fault. But there is no Yagek here, so. And who do you think you are? To step into the Cauldron of Hate, one should have the black soul of a warrior. I want to speak with Trism, it must have good reason. Perhaps you return with tales of the Deathfist agendas, which are the orcs we saw outside. If so, then you're a year too late. Have you been spending day and night at the maiden's fancy? The Deathfist orcs and the Commonlands are up to something insidious. As the inept humans of Freeport hunt down the warrior orcs, the pawns run about on some secret mission. I've been appointed by King Nathox to attend this matter and hire young warriors to collect pawn kills. Yes, you will. You need not know the reason why. I command you by the orders of King Nathox Thex to venture forth into the Commonlands and slay all the orc pawns you see. Return the 4 orc pawn picks and I shall reward you. Leave it at once, or you shall find yourself hanging from the hooks of Enaruk. Nah. I am a priestess of Enaruk. I dare you. Welcome to the Cauldron of Hate. If you're a young warrior, you've come to the right place. There are many duties to be performed. If you're a veteran of the blade, we welcome your return to surface. I should return with the Leatherfoot Skullcap, which is the halflings that are outside. What have we here? A new weakling that seems to reach some sort of self-value and renown through service to the Indigo Brotherhood, perhaps. Speak up, whelp. If you come to destroy the enemies of Neriak, or you're a coward better suited to mop the filth from the back rooms of the maiden's fancy. If you're going to be of any value to the Indigo Brotherhood, you need to outfit yourself in a suit of armor that will turn aside the blades of the enemy forces. From the looks of you, even the tiny fangs of a moss snake could bring you to death. Take this request to Savaruga and get yourself started on assembly of your armor. When you procured some of the protection for your weakling body, you return to me for further instruction. Okay, so pretty much, this is kind of a difference, because while it sounds like he's being dismissive of you, he just gave you free armor. Like, just go get outfitted. Every other guild we've talked to says, okay, would you like to do some quests for some armor? And these guys just flat out give you armor. They're like, yeah, get armored, you're a dark elf, we value you, but we're still, the hateful sort. Saloxia's punic eyes glare with fury as her beautiful features twist into a snarl of hatred that echoes her hissing voice. How dare you address me in such a fashion? I am the leader of the Indigo Brotherhood. You are lucky I do not strike you down where you stand. You shall address me as mistress. Many warriors have died so that I may gain this title. So that's your guild master. If you're not looking for chit-chat, you can talk to the walls. I'm here to sell supplies, not company. There's more on that later. Because what if you do want company down here? I'm just saying. We'll get to that. I'm leading to something. That's not just me being stupid. But you can tell they care a lot. She's, to me that comes off as care. They've lost a lot of warriors and she's there. She's upset because she lost a lot of warriors and that's why she has the title. And she wants you to respect the sacrifices of those that have fallen. There's a new one. No, you're just a human. In disguise, you're not an actual dark elf. You do not have the feel. You are false. Just gotta add him in armor. Welcome, Nivus, to my shop, Nivets. I am Philagnaton, mastersmith in the steel of the adamant plate armors. I'm also the creator of the dragon words of the dragoon shields favored by the members of the Indigo Brotherhood. So if you want some armor, he's your guy. And he's just hanging out. He don't want to talk. Very shy. And there's got people around a soul fire. She's sitting here in her underwear, which is I guess it's really a really hot fire. Xenotoxic Taz casts an icy glare at you and says, I am Xenotoxic Taz, the greatest metalsmith in all of Neriak. Have you disturbed me to purchase one of my superior products, or have you come to learn about the art of crafting indigo sabers? Indigo sabers are the weapon of choice for a true swordsman. They are constructed of the finest adamantites and can only be crafted in our unique Teardal forge. In order to successfully craft an indigo saber, you require a curved blade mold, a Neriac nectar, a folded sheet of adamantite, and a mold of hilts in the pommel. If you are a faithful follower of our Lord of Hate, then you may be interested in crafting an imbued indigo saber. You will need to be tempered a sword with a shadow temper instead of a Neriac nectar. And will forge a sapphire that was imbued by a cleric into the sword at the time of its creation. So basically what he's saying is you're going to power it up sword, and you're a warrior, you worship Interrook. Because agnostic gets you into most towns, but you can't use deity specific armor, and that used to be a really big deal. So if you worship Interrook, you can make a super powered weapon here. But if you're agnostic or you worship some lesser god for some reason, you know, then you cannot do this. So she'll give you a lot of books. That gives you a lot of lore of the town. So if you do play this game, it is free to download. Talk to her and she'll give you a bunch of books. It's called the Neriac Signal. It's a newspaper that reports on all the events of the Tyrdal, which is frankly the only news that is truly important. And you've got like several books. So by the time you finish with the Crescent Reach, you'll have enough money to come down here and get the actual important stuff. The Neriac Down Under. Naturally, it's one of the few buildings in this game that make you go down. Is it a blind fish? Guess what? It's another bartender. Are you starting to see a theme with the Dark Elves? It's a good time to take a drink of the Flaming Pugla. Whee! Look at him go! Come in, come in. Enjoy the sights of the Blind Fish Tavern. We serve the finest alcohol in Neriac. After absinthe, stuff like that. Oh god. Okay, what happened is I drank the Flaming Pugla, and it's a very persuasive drink, right? Well, now my character has no alcohol tolerance, so this is pretty much the biggest smack in the face you can get. I am smash drunk. Hello, let me know if I can get you a drink. I can't see my face. I have no eyeballs. Whee! You wish to view my wares, have you simply come to gawk and awe? Gawk and awe. Nope. There's a dartboard if you want to play darts. Of course, it's only for show, unfortunately, but yeah, they have the right idea. I want a place where you actually have fun things. Like darts. Oh god, I'm so drunk. I should have waited till the end. Anyway, it goes away eventually, but it used to blur your vision too, where you have a really skewed view. So for a second, I thought I was fine. Hang in there. I know that drink is potent, but this is the refined palate. Stumble through the doorway. Hey, how you doing? My dad would be furious if you saw me drunk like this. Greetings, I'm pleased to report that I'm fully stocked. Please have a look at the goods I have for sale. Stumble over here drunkenly. You show a great deal of courage to come to speak with me. However, I am unable to guide you along the path to become part of the Wayfarers Brotherhood. You may wish to seek out someone closer to home. Sir, this is my home. So I'm going to stumble drunkenly out this passageway. This is the burnished coin. Look at my character just diagram. That's just the way the game is. My character is bouncing off the walls, trying to keep her balance. Can I go into third person yet? No. So here's the banker if you so needed him. You can see my vision slowly zooming back in. My character is very much sloshed. Put some of this junk away. I have a file. My character is going to be so drunk that she's not going to know where any of this stuff is in the morning. If I ever want to become a warrior, you know, I have the option. Not really. It's kind of like an on creation thing. That's my tackle box. Yeah, I'll do this later. Like, I may do an episode or two where I'm just grinding, just kind of for fun. But, yep, I'm just kind of staggering around this place. Drunk as all get out. Hey, I'm a cleric at Venerauk. Whee! Look at my arrow on the map. Blink, 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 blink. There's the true Dark Elf experience. I think I spell research merchants, which are kind of antithesis to what the feel of the game is supposed to be. Just put them in the plane of knowledge. Why are they in the towns? You're not talking to me. They have no time for my BS. These guys aren't any fun. But yes, this is supposed to be. Is it because I'm drunk? Got some designs on the wall. Stagger around down these hallways. Hi, how are you? Anyway, they were just kind of watching this drunk cleric just kind of like waddle on in. They're like, well, what is she even doing here? Well, there's the enchanters. Let's stumble into here. By the way, the Flaming Pungla is stupid strong. It is probably the strongest alcohol in the game, and I drunk it with no alcohol tolerance. I find it hilarious. But I apologize if the shaking is a little off-putting. None of them are talking to you. Normally all of them talk to you. Well, God, hang in there. Hang in there, my dear cleric. I only made you drink one. It was just one. Okay, no one's going to be social with me. She guy looks like a. There's a in Lavastorm there's a person called a Jenna, which is a place I need to show you guys. Yes, this is a. I don't remember this being the place where you'd do your cleric or your wizard business. I guess that makes sense. Layer on the ground is like. This used to really mess up your vision too, but not doing that. Okay, I think my character has gotten to the point where they're not staggering around like they just took a concussion to the head. Got the little bows and arrows on the wall, which I've always liked. I've never seen them use an actual bow and arrow. They usually just hit you with their sword. But now we're going to go to Neriak's third gate. That's about as much as the commons as you can get. So this is if you go past here, you're not a dark elf, you're in the wrong place. Well, this place is already much bigger than most towns. So the first building you see is a building with a moat. And you get the hole, which we've already shown you. This place with the elementals. Showed you on Otis. But this building is my guild. This is the Cleric's Guild area. And in order to get more faction with them, I need to take out halflings, but I don't want to. And this is if you're a cleric of Verant Interactive, this is home sweet home. This is where I'm supposed to be. But yeah, she just turned into basically a fisherman. Hatred is the universal truth. No matter where you go, there will always be hatred. Accept it. Grow power from it. What do you want? I don't know. Greetings, child. What business do you have here? I'm sorry, but I only deal with clerics that are willing to prove their loyalty to Nuruk. I can't deal with every single heathen that feels it necessary to bid me a good day. You're a cleric of Interrook. I might be able to aid you in your training. I am indeed a cleric of Interrook. Is that so, Knivet? Well, from the looks of you, I wouldn't say much of anything yet. However, if you have the willingness and determination to serve your god, there might be just some hope for you than I would have thought. Obviously, to move forward in your training, you'll need to shield yourself from your enemies in the elements. I believe I have something that can help you if you're interested in proving yourself. She'll give you a quest to armor up. I'll compare that to the warriors. So just like, go get a suit of armor. I know they don't say anything, but... Yeah, they just kind of stand around. Here's Zexus. Salutations, Knivets. Your devotion to our Lord Interrook is evident in your actions and on your soul. As a member of the Spiders of Interrook, you are required to obtain and wear a symbol of station in the clergy. I can award you with the hematite symbol of Interrook worn by the initiates of the Spires. I want to kill the halflings. I don't want to go through their town. They'll kick me out if I don't want to hit them. I like hobbits. That's like the only downside. So they want you to take out the halflings. You can fall down through that, by the way. Now, if you notice, some of these have the same last name. It's basically just a family of dark elves. And I'll show you in a minute. Because there is a special case that I want to show you. And this is the third gate. Now again, remind you, this is a place where only dark elves are supposed to be. If you're in the third gate and you're not a dark elf, you're barking up the wrong tree. Basically, they just want you to prove your loyalty to Interrook. Which, as a cleric of Interrook, that makes sense. Here's my little buddy, the little hopper. I don't know what he's supposed to be, but I like him a lot. He's always there watching over you. So we'll go down to the dark tunnel, which is too bit small for ogres and trolls to get through, unless they like crouch. And this is the Dread Guard, inner and outer. They're nice to me, but they won't be if like you can get good faction with the Indigo Brotherhood. Dreadguard Inner and Dreadguard Outer are two very different things, and it's that way on purpose. They don't want non-dark elves in this area. Well, that is why your tour guide is a dark elf. Well, they're level 40. The max level in this game count was 50. So it wasn't impossible for to raid the city. It was just very uncommon because most people liked dark elves. Little dragon, little people. This place just has a lot of soul to it. Yeah, this is the Rogues Guild. So if you wanted to be a dark elf rogue, you'd be in the third gate with the clerics. Now, the symbol for a lot of rogues in the game was the hand for some reason. Like, oh, you're a rogue. Everything is about hands. This is Cello. Bards have a spell called Cello's Accelerando. It's the same family as this guy. It's one of the most popular spells in the game because it's a speed boost. One of these is one of the bosses of Neriak. How's it going, Scrub? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you appear to be a rogue. If you're a new rogue, it's my job to test your skill. If you're not, and by speaking to me, I see you show interest in joining this house of rogues. We of the Ebon Mask must be first sure that you're skilled with a blade. At the same time, we're attempting to create a new type of armor for our rogues. So it's the test of each young rogue. Take this bag of Neculus and fill it with 3 moss snake skins and 3 moss snake things. Then combine them. With the bag, you'll earn a little respect as well as the Dark Shield of Ebon. So it's Rogue's Quest. Welcome to the Hall of the Ebon Mask. You must be a rogue if you have no business here. We have no business. We have nothing to say to outsiders. Poison Master Oscar looks you up and down, assessing your worth. Hello there, Nivets. It's good to come to me today. I was just saying to myself, Self, this, I said, who is worthy of this opportunity I could offer? And now here you are. Yes, the most fantastic opportunity. I happen to have in my possession certain compounds. These compounds, when combined with our form toxins of various types, you may apply one of these toxins to a blade, and if your hand happened to slip the blade into a pierced side of your enemy, why, that enemy might begin to suffer in terrible agony. That'd be a terrible shame, wouldn't it? I know, right? Yeah, I think like in the erudite cities where you get a lot of faction, like way more than you would otherwise. I think if you take out the rogues guild, you get a lot of good faction with the good rogues. So this is a raid boss, even though no one ever comes after him. Greetings. You must be a stranger or new to the hole. If you're a stranger, be warned that these holes are intended for the Ebon Mask only. If you're found to be a member of another house, you may just feel a sting of a blade in your back. And I'm a cleric. But I'm new to the hole. Well, I'm glad to make your acquaintance. Have you ever been to Freeport? If not, how would you like to go? If it's actually kind of you wish, would you prepare to risk your life? Are you ready for a venture to Freeport? No, we've been to Freeport. They've kind of butchered that town. No offense, but I don't like it. You got rid of North Freeport. Sazan gets heart and glances at you from the corner of his eye. You better speak more swiftly than my blades, or you won't walk out of here, Nivets. Ooh, big threats from a guy that's level 25. He's probably for a request. You have to say something specific to him. But yeah, this is just time to go up and out. And you leave, and you got the little hands, which is kind of cool. Okay, Furrier Real. Welcome to the Furrier Real. You'll find the finest skins from a variety of Norath's lesser creatures. So if you want to work on your leather, he will sell things that you need. Also, Dark Elves wear small armor. So you can just, right outside the Rogues Guild, you can get a full set of leather armor for pretty cheap. Again, nowadays everything is replaced by Defiant. That's okay. That's a new NPC. Hashtag not my NPC. This is the library where, outside that weird little place where no one talks to you, this is where you'd go for your stuff. Lower your voice, Nivets. These homes hold many secrets as well as curses. Saying the wrong word loudly enough, and you may have a frog dead or worse. Heed my warning, for I will not repeat it. Of course, if you hail him again, he just gives you the dialogue again. On the outside, you got a star, dark moon, and a star. Yeah. Go to the side of the library, and there is a pedestal with some ancient language, which I'm sure says something. And in the corner, you get a little car, which is just staring at you. He's level 11. He's clearly not here to fight. It just makes you wonder. What was his intention? Why did they put him there? Nobody ever figured it out. Now, you remember they were talking about the Maiden's Fancy earlier, right? This is the Maiden's Fancy. You have the little dragon, which is probably one of the cooler things in this game. Because you figure the only dragons we had were Lady Vox and Lord Negafen for a long time. When Kunar came out, we had more dragons. before then, this is like the first time you saw a dragon. So, in the theory crafting part, it has super long tails, like really long. That would change later, but you know. Let's go to the Maiden's Fancy. It's a little alleyway where if you're drunk, you know, you can kind of sleep it off here. But this is kind of a special place. Hey, what's up? We want to have some real fun. Go downstairs to the Maiden's Fancy. Well, we're here at the Maiden's Fancy. There's our Trez. Spend your money or get out. This ain't no pansy social club. And we got another bartender. Well, right, Trez, leave me alone. You also sell. So we'll sell you all the fun you need. But if you're brave, you get downstairs to the Maiden's Fancy. What could be down here? It's one of these clubs. So here's our ambassador, naturally. And you know what kind of woman he likes. He likes spice. Hey Spice, how you doing? In game, she's actually for a rogue quest. But this is funny. So basically, the rogue quest is you'll Spice is a rogue agent for the Ebon Mask. So she'll get information from Rylan. But this is the kind of women Ambassador Rylan really likes. But we'll turn over to Dizra. And she's supposed to talk to you. Anyway, she'll say, hey sailor, how you doing? Hold on. Darn it, I don't have enough gold. Let's see if she'll take it anyway. She'll dance if you give her some gold. I think it's like 2 gold. Where's the banker? Hold on. I'm playing ahead. Welcome to the Maiden's Fancy. Waiting to please. Just be careful how you handle the ladies, or I'll have Ratros remove you in your hands. Anyways, you give her a super chat. Have 2 gold and she'll dance. See if I can prove it. Hey there, Swooty. There you are. This is the right one. So Marilazotl. Hey there, Swooty. How about letting me dance for you? 2 gold and I'll do a little dance for you. Well, I have 1 gold. She'll actually dance and she'll take it. So she was waiting for a customer, which would be the player character. So you imagine having this in one of the good cities. So again, like I said, you can't get back here unless you're a dark elf. But the dark elves, you know, are a little friendly. Where's the banker? There should be one down here. I refuse to believe. I'll just go back to the banker we found before. Go to the columns real quick. Yes, it's that important. And keep that in mind, the Zotl, that name. Because her brothers are patrolling the area real close to the Maiden's Fancy. So you imagine if you weren't behaving, her brothers and family would come down there and just take you out. You see a lot of them have the same names, like Punox. This, if you watch the last names, this is a very small group of dark elves, but they're referred to by the last names. But I want to show you the dance. Oh, it's for a good cause. I'm just looking through the floor because I'm a small race. If you play a gnome You can see through the wall all the time, and if you can make it work for you, it's you can kind of see what's up before you go around the corner. Didn't used to have the find function either. Yeah, I was fixing to say, I knew it was close. Yeah, it's because I was being stupid. I wasn't focusing. But yeah, you can, now I've got gold. I was coming down here and I was, playing around with being drunk, and that means I wasn't I even opened my bank. I opened my bank and pay attention. Stevie and Heartbound, you are very absent-minded sometimes. Yeah, I opened the bank and I was putting stuff away, and I was like, okay, I need to get some gold out so I can show you the maiden's fancy. And then I just, haha, I'm so drunk, haha, funny, funny, funny. But it's very important that I show this. But yeah, this is I don't think there's any more MMOs that have done something like this. And it's so out of the way. Unless you're like really having fun in the bars and stuff like that, you'd never know. Like the high elves are really snooty, but the dark elves, they just have bartenders everywhere. And the guilds mention it. Just go to the Maiden's Fancy. There's the, actually, while I'm out here, I'll show you something about this campfire. Now this campfire goes to the Lesser Feydark, but it is very, there is some method to open this. I've seen rogues do it. Radraz, I don't know why he's out and about, but I guess it shifts over. Well, we'll go to Maiden's Fancy first. But anyway, that's the teleport to Lesser Feydark is a secret campfire. Oops. Got some blueberries on my face there. I don't know why Spice isn't talking to me. She's supposed to be for a rogue quest. Mare is usually out here. I guess she was just waiting for somebody to cough. There you are. So you give her 2 gold. Give her a super chat. Wink wonk. Oh yes, I love a patron with an overall abundance of gold. You get a little bit of experience, 0.00. And you can technically, if you're like level 1, in theory, you could level up by getting a lap dance. Just a little dance. Same thing as my model, it's just a cheer. And that was supposed to be her dance. Now, Dark Elves actually do have a dance. There you go. That's your dance. So I gave 2 gold for something I could do within the mode I could do myself. But yeah, you can give gold to strippers in the Maiden's Fancy. Very important, very lore appropriate. Ratraz is back from whatever he was doing. There's a Teardall Forge. You remember the Indigo Saber he was talking about earlier? This is where the forge is. I go in here. And there's a very specific forge with nothing around it. There's a Teardall Forge. So, This is where you need to go to do that. Not in the house where he was giving you the quest for the saber. But you had to come all the way out here. And it's just a church dinner, rook. Very nice. Very clean, very official with the pews. You got some civic supplies. Hail, Nivets. With a concerned look, Christiana motions you to come closer. It's my husband, Dren. He's been suffering terrible nightmares. He sweats in his sleep and shivers as if he's freezing. I dare not wake him up when his mood takes him. All I can do is keep his forehead cool with some damp cloth. He's begun to talk while asleep recently, too, but sometimes barely coherent. He can remember nothing on waking, save for the mixed feelings of excitement and fear. He talks to a dark stranger, a figure in black robes in the face of whom he cannot see. As I can tell, he appears to be learning. He speaks at great length sometimes, in a voice which is barely his own, about new forms of style and armor. He's near ex-Master Smith, as you may know. At first he talked about infused rings, so I listened so intently and committed them to memory. He seems to understand none of this upon waking. He tells me not to be so foolish. Later he talked to Valium's sheets, and eventually of chainmail and plate mail, the Trail Forge. What shall I do? So this is Mara, the lady I gave the 2 gold to. She's going, yoo-hoo. She knows. But anyway, gameplay wise, that's how you get the armor that goes with the sword. Let's see if she's doing anything different. She might be on shift now. Yeah, she's going on shift now. So the ambassador is doing his own thing. Spice isn't moving yet. She'll eventually move. But this is where Spice will eventually go somewhere else, where she'll go for her rogue quest. But that's where Maya is supposed normally. Actually, she's normally right here. But there you go. So you got a taste for everybody out here. Spice keeps everyone nice and warm, I'm sure you'd imagine. There. I mean, no, clearly. Anyway. There's a fake wall here. Well, let's go back downstairs. Let's see what the fake wall is. One last time. Last time coming down here. Okay, so what's the fake wall on this fancy? So this is an unused room. Here's a fake wall with nothing. Now if I had to guess, when players would be very accepting of what this place was really for, people would want to go to the side and roleplay with a friend. Imagine those rooms would get full, or they'd be playing around, and all of a sudden secret room. So that's kind of funny. But yeah, you can't go to Neriac and not talk about the Maiden's Fancy. Everyone talks about the Maiden's Fancy. That's why the guilds are talking about it. This is the bauble. So I think we're done with that. Just your basics. He just said that because I was browsing his inventory. But keep a lookout on guard with the Zalata last name. This is the rock, in case you didn't have enough alcohol. The lines. So this, by the way, is a great secret of the Dark Elves. This is why they don't let anyone into the third gate. It is literally just alcohol. These are wine elves. That's the secret of the Dark Elves of this game. Here's Lacrit. Another bartender. See, most people think not dark elves smell really sweet, but We saw Guard look red earlier, so he's on duty while the ladies, the family, are selling the Dark Elf secrets. Let's see. And again, it's right into the cultural forge. Why would you think it would be cultural? That's what the Dark Elves do. Hold on, I got turned around. There's the bunny symbol. So, how do you think about the Prince of Hate now? Like, to the good people, you know, it's just evil. But when you actually go to the actual town, it's just a party. This is the secret of Campfire. There's Alottl's brother. It's locked. You're not holding the key. Now, I don't know how to open the bunny campfire, but it goes to a Lesser Fate arc. And it's kind of like what I showed you on the other tour. And this is the secret campfire. Now, this tower used to be for nothing. There's Evan Lazottle. These thugs are for an enchanter quest. You're supposed to like charm one of the guards and then use it to attack Gribnor the Small. But Ragamuck's in my way. Here's some books. There we go. There's Alotl again. Basically, he's not going to talk to me. But he has the soul of a froglock. And he is very hard to defeat. So you need to charm one of the thugs, mesmerize the other, have the thug beat up Graven with a small. And then that'll free the froglock thing. Use that thug to defeat that thug. And the other thug, I think, will be like really low in health or something like that. That's how that fight works. It's purely for enchanters to show what they can do. If you want to learn some pottery, you can. I mean, Iriak has everything. But that's really just a tower. It's got some altars. Now, one of the bigger parts of Neriac is the Necromancer Guild. And they sell a Folian Soulstone of Interrook, which lets you get to the Plane of Hate. I don't really know how to properly show off the Plane of Hate because it's a raid zone. And you have to be really high level to survive. Like level 85 or something like that. But even then it takes a minute to like take down a monster. So it's like, how do I make that fun? And then of course if you take down a raid monster, other players don't really like that. So it's like, okay, what do you do? Of course if they take it down, they're just like, oh, I'm justified. I did the right thing. Sorry, I'm gonna go third person. Just okay. These ghouls, they're either warmly or scowling. They're on their own faction, but they're very low level. So, if you are scowling to these, as long as you don't sit down, you're fine. But if you are by the time you get to this point, if you're a good or neutral class, you know these will be scowling to you, but they won't aggro to you, as long as you don't sit down. So past this point, don't sit down. If you're in the Necromancer Guild, don't sit down. Don't do it. They patrol around this area. Let me just show you the ghouls patrolling around. Well, that's a rodent. There should be a ghoul patrolling around. And he is waiting for you to sit down. He would like nothing more for you to sit down. He is waiting on a fort. There he is. His purpose in life is to wait for somebody that's scowling to the ghouls, but not to the Nereak necromancers, to sit down. Once you sit down, his butt detector will go off, and he'll be like, "Someone sat down, and I'm scowling to them. I gotta." So he'll rush in, and he'll attack you. That is that ghoul's sole purpose in life. There might be a story behind that, and that's why I'm telling you. So anyway, now that you know not to let your butt touch any of the ground within this area, let's go into the Nereak's guild. There's another ghoul up there. But he doesn't have a butt detector. It's the one that walks around that has the butt detector. Because he's up on the ramparts. He's just like... He's just enjoying the view. There's the Garen. He's just got his little scythe. He's just having a good time. He cares not for the clerics of Interuk. But yeah, the Dark Elves, outside of having the copious amount of bars, this is a very Japanese style house. So on top of being bartender types or alcoholic types, there's also a bit of weebery going on here. So now we go to, and of course, if you're not a dark elf, you can't get in here. You don't see what kind of drunk weebs that the dark elves actually are. That's a well-kept secret. Nope, all weebs. Drunken weebs. Welcome to the Lodge of the Dead. May you serve your queen with the bleeding of others. They don't really talk to you. I mean, there are ways to get dialogue out of them, but still. This guy just gives you armor. So you're the next pathetic maggot I have the displeasure of training to be a useful Shadow Knight for the Lodge of the Dead. First you must get yourself outsuited in a suit of armor. Those rags you wear cannot even contain the stench of your miserable hide. It will do no good protecting it from the edge of an enemy's blade. They just give you a quest. So the only bros in this entire game are the Indigo Brotherhood Warrior Guild. They're like, hey bro, get some armor. Let's go kick some butt. That's another Shadow Knight Guildmaster. They talk a big game for someone that nobody ever plays. Because you want to be an ogre or a troll Shadow Knight. What is this I see before me? A would-be hero of the dead, Eureka false bravado. I see that others much stronger than you meet their fate at the end of a blade. I have no reason to continue this conversation. Can one such you assist with my delegated duties? He's basically saying he's tired of seeing people die. They care. They're just really weird about it. Greetings, Snivets. We of the dead are proud to have you among us. Your lineage is well known. Still, you must learn to claw your way to the upper echelon. There are many menial tasks to perform before you can truly be inducted as a member. They say they're honest. They're like, we know you're good, but still. On what grounds do you think you are welcome to address me like that, vermin? Afraid you have to prove yourself before I can treat you with any respect. Do you feel that you're worthy to stand before me? Very well then. You are lucky I have been looking for some sort of apprentice to help me out in gathering some hides for those nasty halflings. I did have young ones such as yourself working for me, but unfortunately they didn't work out, as you can see by looking at this autopsy table. I would hope that you complete my task for your sake. So he lost. So those halflings are kind of no joke. Now I don't know about the autopsy table. I should say this, but I see nobody there. I mean, it has been like 20 years. I guess it's right. There's something sold in here. Who has the Fulian Soulstone? So somebody here sells the Fulian Soulstone of Interuk. They'll let you go to the plane of hate. I don't remember who though. should be in the Lodge of the Dead. See if I can find him. Somebody here sells the Fullian Soulstone. Is it you? Upstairs. No, it's just the noise guys. Hold on. This is important. Oh, it's in the Cleric's Guild. Okay, so I thought it was here, so I missed it the first time. It was right under my nose. So for the sake of speedery, because this is kind of important. So if you want to go to the Plane of Hate, you have to get it in your home city. So if somebody's, you know, can't go into the evil city, like most people, you have to have a Dark Elf friend to get it for you. So let's say I wanted to have my paladin go to the gate. This kind of was important with the rogue or the Vashir with that sneak skill. Because if they can get to the third gate, they can go and get the Folian Soulstone. But I thought it was an Necromancer Guild, but you go to the Cleric's Guild. Funny how memory works that way. Here's another one for the Plane of Sky, but I don't remember. I just flat out don't remember where that one sold. I played a paladin, not a wizard. There you are. So if you ever want to go to the Plane of Hatred, right in the entrance. Full Soulstone of Inaric. When handed to Zeppelin working or a teleportation assistant in the Guild House, this will align the teleporter to send you to the Plane of Hate. Didn't used to tell you what this did, but a wizard, a player wizard, like a wizard you can play, can take this Soulstone and go to the Plane of Hate. But you need that as a reagent. And these inlaid coffins, these are good because well, if you it used to be you lost your items on your corpse, right? And if you wanted to get your body back without having to fight your way to wherever you died, you'd ask a necromancer to buy, or you'd buy a coffin for a necromancer and say, "Would you please summon my corpse?" And he would say, "Okay, we'll put you to rest." And he'd take the coffin and he'd summon your body with it. And you can use a cleric to perform your final rites, and they would resurrect you. You would loot your body, and you'd have a little bit of resurrection sickness, but that's how you got your stuff. So every time you died and made a mistake, if you had friends, it was no issue. But you'd have to say, "Oh yeah, I died. Let's perform an entire funeral because I can't keep my head on my shoulders." And that is how that worked. Just don't let your character die. It was simple. That's why I played a paladin. I was very cautious, so I rarely died. In my Vashir playthrough, I've never died. On my cleric, I have died, but just because I was being stupid. That's my fault. Okay, so that concludes Neriac. There's a fourth gate. Now, past this point, if you are not a Dark Elf, you are really in trouble. And even as a Dark Elf, you're in trouble. This is where the King and Queen are. This is a newer zone, but I like it, so we'll go in for a little bit. I can't go all the way in. Well, the monsters here are level 98 and level 100, but they're not hostile. I've already gone through here to kind of see if I can show it off. You know, you got some vendors out here, but you had to be speaking Dark Elfish. You have to be a Dark Elf. Those augmentations for high level stuff. So if you're not a Dark Elf, you are in trouble in this sim. I think they're flat out hostile, but don't quote me on that. At least they have the Punox names and stuff like that. So you know it's still kind of the same small family. But yeah, this is the fourth gate. This is one of those elusive high level zones. So it's like, unfortunately, I don't know all the high level stuff, so I can't tell you. This was after my time. But you got your classic little eyeball symbol. So they got some of the soul of this place. Now here's the thing. On the king's side, you know, there's some areas in here I just can't go to, like because I'll get attacked by a aggressive bat. And I think it'll take me out before I can get away. How do I remember? Because I gotta be careful, these are twice my level. But it's worth showing. More Weebury architecture. This is where people learn the secret that we're kind of the Weeb race. If you go to the plane of hate, there's skeletons called Kirikues. Perhaps you'll join me for a jug of red wine later. You're buying. It's an honor to be so near our king. Nathox Thex, may Innerwick protect him. So basically, one of the big things is the Dark Elf King and Queen were made by corrupting a High Elf King and Queen. This is as far as I can get with this one. It's an off-duty guard. When I wooed Prince Verant, he rebuffed me completely. He must have a resolve of iron. No one, even his father, has ever resisted my wiles. You. This is the leader of the Dread Guard. He's supposed to be a raid boss, but since I'm a Dark Elf, he's just like, hey, what's up? He has no time for the women's. The pretty statue. That's supposed to be a queen, the queen, which is his mom. So he's patrolling a chamber with his mom in the middle, and this off-duty guard's like, man, why can't I seduce this guy? It's like his mom's in a statue form, just kind of staring at him. Here's more guards. A blade can never be too sharp. A mind can never be too focused. Our hatred can never be too severe. Gotta flex that hatred muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it. I don't want to buy everybody red wine. I prefer to wield the heaviest armaments I can carry. I don't want to buy you wine. Look at the beds though. It's probably the best looking beds I've seen in this area. But yeah, this is technically a red room. Like the Dreadguard Inner and Dreadguard Outer are really hard to gain faction with. And this just kind of hammers at home. But I like how they have the off-duty guard to kind of say, you know, the prince, you know, These only unlock if the prince is defeated. And then you can go deeper into the dungeon and fight King Nathox. But, so I can't show you the king, because I'm obviously not going to fight the prince. These are kind of my team. Used to be, there's a, I think it was in Velius that came out, but there's the Plane of Growth, which you'd fight the god of nature. But if you did that, the good cities and the good elves would never let you into their town again. They'd be completely hostile all the time. So I think this is kind of the mirror of that situation. This is... Again, I had to be careful. This is a very high level area. Obviously the monsters here are just for grinding. There's nobody here. Because this is a hard city to get to, I imagine. Doors are locked. Obviously meant for raids. But who would want to raid the Dark Elves? I mean, look at this Japanese architecture. You got your little gates at the front. Very Japanesey race. Which, since I grew up in Japan as a little kid, it kind of caught my eye. They're like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, this was just a nameless Teardal sentry. Yeah, they can go up to the bridge without getting attacked. Look how dark this is. If I didn't have night vision, that'd be an issue. But, yeah. Got a little torch. It's not even the Dark Elves that attack me, it's just a stupid bat. Out of the way. Verant will have my hide if I miss my rounds. Verant is the prince, if you didn't know. So the prince is obviously expecting somebody to come this way. And this again, it just goes to the king. So he's protecting his daddy, but he's not near his mom because his parents are always fighting. He must really hate that, which is means the Prince of Hate, Inaruk, is the prime driver of parents arguing. So every time your parents argue, the Prince of Hate gains more power. It's just the way it is. Another sentry, same thing. Yeah, we can still go. But yeah, you'd fight the beetles and the sentries and stuff like that. Because apparently being a force so good means attacking innocent guards. Now I can't go past here. Because these bats will bite my head off. You know, see the dark light bat? It's scaling at level 100. So it's twice my level and it's out for blood. I pass that bridge. Go past here. Massive Spite. A Violent Soul Drinkers. There are some vendors out here, but that's where the king is. The only other way is defeat the prince, which obviously we're not going to do. So this is the only part of the zone I can't get to until I'm like level 100. For me, the king would be friendly, but I'm just not strong enough. And this was after my time. So I'm not familiar with these areas. Unless you want me to make 100 episodes of me just grinding, I don't know how I would be able to really kind of show it off. And you can see now kind of why I split this up into 2 episodes. This is a lot. But we'll go see the queen, and then we'll finally exit out of Neriak. This is another front-loaded one, like I did with Kanos. But the Dark Elves have a lot to them. They're very fun. He's keeping things safe. So those mean old good people won't hurt us. See that a lot nowadays. Everyone claims to be good, but it's always the evil ones that are just kind of like chill. Evil ones. Albino beetles. They haven't seen the sun in generations, so they don't need to camouflage in the dark. See, the young bats don't mind. They're just like, hey, we're young, we're free. We're just having a good time. I think that's a player. And they're doing missions and adventures and quests to the tainted West Corona. No one to bug them. Like, it's a nice community. Most of it's older people. They're sticking with what they know. But it's a good game, so it's like, I can't even fault them for it. Let's look at the Japanese buildings. I think that's why even as a paladin, I saw the Japanese structures like, hey, I grew up in Japan. Let's go be friends with them. Very hard to get a hold of the Japanese people in real life. Even if you know the language. There's Natalia. I like her sword. Truly, hatred reigns supreme here. Look at that sword. The cool or what? This is the symbol. They decided it wasn't just good enough to be a graphic anymore. They made it an actual 3D model. You can still go through it, so it's fine. I think we're safe here. Yep, should be safe. Qualdol are such sickly creatures. Pasty, pockmarked, and frail. They're not even fit for slavery. He's talking about high elves. This is the new ghoul model. See, the ghoul model we're used to is just a reskinned goblin. So this would say there's a goblin with this sort of model in healthy form. But they've covered the butt crack, which was kind of the funniest part of the ghouls. So I'm not sure if that's an improvement or not. I will say I do like the old classic decaying skeleton. Yeah, it looks better, but that's not the point. Here's our partial to be fantasy. Truly, hatred reigns supreme here. Like your staff. So you got a servant. Why would anyone ever wish to leave Neriak? It's a perfect home. Yeah, this is one of the best cities in the game, so that is not a lie. So now we're going to go to the Queen's castle, which wasn't in the original game, but I'm glad they added it. Because they actually did it good. So what do you think, the Queen of Neriak, the Rosalind? I can't trust you, can't I? Never mind. Someone might be eavesdropping. It's kind of funny, all my life I've always had people spy on me. Like family and stuff like that. But then when it comes to like things when I actually need them to do something, they'll skitter off. So as a rule of thumb, if you have a spy, try to make them do something for you. So these are the guards at the Queen. They're not going to talk to you because they're special. These would be considered raid monsters to most other people. So most people would just see these as raid trash. But if you go around the outside of the Queen's castle, there are golems and stuff like that. These are monsters you would hunt, like even as a necro or even as a dark elf. A very looking bone golem. It's just It's like Pac-Man with arms and legs. That's the best way to describe it. But yeah, these are just meant to be hunted as monsters. Very much undead Pac-Mans. And the ghouls and stuff like that. No, it's just a hunting spot. You're tired of albino beetles and young bats. Imagine hunting to level 100. You're still fighting bats and beetles. Not really the most flattering thing. There he is with his minion. Truly, hatred reigns supreme here. You notice they're all talking in Dark Elvish. Unless you know Dark Elvish, you're kind of this zone means nothing to you. So yes, this cleric does have to be your tour guide. I can trust you, can't I? Never mind, someone might be eavesdropping. Very relatable group. And let's go to the big Japanese palace. That's how the Dark Elf do. No, really. You see the designs. The Dark Elves are the Japanese. Don't tell anybody. Ohio. Yes, I speak Japanese a bit. Have you heard the rumors? Someone tried to take the Queen's head. The halls are swarming with guards now, nervous and ready to kill. I can trust you, can't I? All those sickly creatures. Glory to the Lord of Hatred. May his followers be blessed. Basically, why would anyone ever wish to leave Neriak? It is a perfect home. But basically, like I said, this will be a raid area for most people, unless you're a dark elf. So this is kind of a bonus. We're picking correctly. But yeah, the king and queen are definitely afraid they're going to take each other out. So they're very far apart in different homes on purpose. So you go up here. This is just supposed to be a raid area. The elite guards, raid monsters. You'd fight them with your 72-man raid. And this would be a raid room. Where you fight the Queen of the Dark Elves, and you go after the Prince. And you go after the King. And then you get your loot. She's just here to for lore reasons. But here's the Queen. I hope you remember who controls you, Nivets. Don't think of crossing me. But yeah, she's just a raid target. She's waiting for either her husband's assassins or the forces of good to come after her. So that's why she's been so hauled away for all this time. To be or not to be? So basically these people are very scared, very... Knife. Just read this and they're just ready for the worst. The forces of good have them on edge. Which is, depending on how you see things, good or bad. And that's all of Neriak. So to save time, we're going to origin out. Because Neriak is 4 zones deep. It is worth the adventure. So now we're going to go to Algok. Now the funny thing about Algok is it's basically a giant pub. The leader of the ogres is a bartender. His name is Klurg. So everyone in the town of Algok call themselves bouncers, like they're bar bouncers. And that's kind of the big joke. Except it's not a joke, that's just how the town is. So we're just gonna go walk through here real quick. It's funny, a lot of people play Dark Elves and they don't understand what they are. But yeah, seeing a Dark Elf smash out of his gourd, just drinking way too much alcohol. It's kind of who they are. And they are the children of Inaruk. So he makes sure they're all 21 before he lets them off into the world. But yeah, the queen is afraid of the king. It's kind of the big they always think conspiracies going on, but it's so deeply enveloped in them. It's like they have castles and guards. Some guards are loyal to the king, some are loyal to the queen. The prince is just like not approving, but he's a raid target that you need to take down the king. So he doesn't get a happy ending because of video games. But it would be kind of cool if they pull kind of like a he survived thing. And yeah, but elves live a long time, so I don't know if they'd really be able to excuse it. Oh, you know what? I can show you Jenna. We can do Algok in a minute. As before they, this is kind of why I was kind of like put off that they revamped Lava Storm, because there's a giant high-level dragon flying around there now, and Jenna is a very low-level zone. That's supposed to be the Dark Elf place where you go to level up. Sure, who wants pie? You know, you think they moved the point of knowledge book a little bit closer. It's a little silly sometimes. If your mercenary is on passive, he'll never charge you money. But it has to be with the entire 15-minute thing. So if you ever plan to go AFK, put your mercenary on passive. He won't protect you if something attacks you while you're gone. But that's just kind of the price you pay. Or don't pay in this case. Welcome through the people. Because this game still has a lot of them. They're everywhere. I'm walking into the walls because I'm staring at a map. I can show you the over there too. Well, that's technically Kunark. Well, there's really nothing there. Let's just... It should be quick. I show you the over there. It's Kunark, but... It's just a bunch of gnomes. But yeah, last time I showed you this place, I couldn't go into the over there proper, but now I can show you it. So this is the cliff golem, which of course somebody has come and defeated. Ever wondered what he drops? He drops some star metal ore and spells. We'll leave it on there because they might be back. I really don't like that golem. But like I said before, the this area is under the control of Windows PCs. So when you hunt at Carnor's castle, if you're evil, you lose the ability to use this area. But it's just a bunch of gnomes. You can bank here. Very convenient. Like they're all on Windows PCs faction. So as long as you don't fight Drovargs, which they really didn't tell you when Cunard came out. Har, you funny looking. Though you do have some smarty writings. Me like smarty writings. You know not knowing more for sure. Them only have these names, see if I can remember them. Talisman of Descent, one of them Spirit of the Scaly, my favorite, Cripple. The last one is Cannibalize. Yep, that super duper one. I ain't back with me one of them. Let me trade. It's good to see our numbers growing in this land. Welcome. May your travels be as prosperous as mine have been. There are many new powers to begin from this world. Collecting these scrolls give us access to new and powerful spells. My collection is almost complete, particularly lacking for more, and I'll return to the homeland. And we're talking about nowadays you can just buy those spells in the Plate of Knowledge, but they didn't give you your spells outright in the old days. You had to go out here. Now the only thing really important out here. Oh, this is the Dragoon that goes on patrol every once in a while. Everyone is scared of this guy if you're of the good variety. But this undead Marine is like the only hints that hey, you may be working with the Veneral Sathir. But at the same time, it's not unusual for Dark Elves to be using skeleton minions. And there's a Herald. An undead Herald has a giant hole drilled into his skull, squirming with maggots. You will do no harm to the allies of Veneral Sathir, and you are forbidden to venture into his fortress. Failure to comply will lead to certain doom. There's your hint. But you are the allies of Veneral Sathir. You all don't know. That is just oh, she'll point out that good people aren't allowed here. Keep your voice down, Nivets. I don't want to be found by the guards. Thankfully, I do have a big bit of good news for you. She eyes on the skeletal workers anxiously and then continues. The bloated belly has once again resumed sailing through around Timber Steep. Of course, if you are truly so impatient that waiting a mere minute to travel to Timber Steep is impossible, I'm still able to transport you to my companion there. They fixed the boats. I don't know why they break. Like, I wonder why games do that. They'll like, they'll release a patch and then they won't test it fully. And stuff will break, and they'll be like, okay, let's fix it. It's like, just out of my way, stranger. I'm on a delicate mission. Interfere with my search, and I shall relieve you of your head. Bother me no more. Yeah, there's really nothing here. Here's your spell quest vendors. You got a banker, you got some vendors. But, I mean, well, let me see if I can. Yeah, they even got it marked on the map. One thing is there's a hammer here. Here's a quest. So if you go over to these skeletons here. I've always liked the XR animation. I think it's you. I can see a faint green glow emanating from the vacant eye sockets. Are you a new worker? Speaker go. I need to get my faction higher. One of these, I think, is a foreman, but if you do this quest, he'll give you a over there hammer. And it's a two-handed weapon. And if you smack people, it procs a gate to the over there. So in order to get to the over there, you'll hit something in the head, and then it will warp you home. So imagine somebody runs at you, hits you with a hammer, gives you a concussion, and then yep. And there's the guard everyone's afraid of. Somebody's out here on revenge. What do I do? So clearly somebody is quite tired of the guards. They're coming back from patrol. You're over there. Yeah, somebody is taking revenge on me over there. A lot of people really didn't like dealing with those guards. It's chromium and tourmaline. I don't say anything, of course, but somebody did take them out. Because naturally, why not? I'm just wandering around here showing the area. Somebody's taking revenge. Shard of slight power. I got an augmentation. I'll put it in later. Yeah, someone's attacking the over there. So I will leave them in peace. After I take a few goodies, of course. No, it's Captain Rockgrime. It's not the foreman. Remember, it's Captain Rockgrime because of the quest. Yeah, this is it. You give the quest for the hammer. Captain Rockgrime has a multitude of cracks and holes in his skull from the many battles. Attention, Marines. You will go into battle and fear nothing. You shall prevail over our one enemy, and then you will be sent back into battle. We shall not allow the Sarnak to overtake the Danak shipyards. It's a clear, Marine. Sounds right. That's correct, Marine. You shall not allow the Sarnak to overtake the shipyards. Head to the front lines, Marines. Kill your berserkers and return the war braids to me. For every 4, you shall earn your wages. Now move to the front, Marine. Move it, move it. Move it, move it. But, yeah, you turn in braids to him. I'm pretty sure he's the one that gives you, faction and the hammer. Between the undead foreman and, Rockgrime, they'll get you sorted out. Yeah. So I'm gonna let that person continue their assault on the, outpost. I am a blame. Those dragoons patrolling and that cliff golem has put down many a good aligned player. So if you're going to fight in Cornwall's Castle and oppose Venerable Sathir, which also is required for several epic quests, which means if you want to help your friends, you'll go KOS to the outpost eventually anyway. Makes this a pretty solid place to hit. But outside your spellbinders, you got a banker there. If you can stay your hand, you know, you got a good place to sell and bank. But you also can't use Cornwall's Castle, which is a really good leveling place. So we'll do Algok now. I like it. You know, they split this up into 2 areas. So the Dream is a level 85 area, and the Ferrot is the normal one. So we're going to go to the normal one. The thing I don't like about the Verant is, or the Dream, is the monsters are too strong. So it's you're probably going to be going to Ocean Green Hills. So it's not a fun zone to experience. Well, this is the Verant. Some people call it the Firo, but there's two T's there. So this is to the Planet of Fear. There's erudite here, which your raid would be right here, and you just knock out this erudite over and over and over again. And there's specters all in here, which are okay. There's basically just a maze full of specters. So you try to go join your raid, you go through a fake wall. You get to the end of it, there's another fake wall. There's a portal to fear. Well, I guess I can show you the entrance to it. Why not? Yeah. Let's go play in the Verant for a little bit. Now we can't go into the Planet of Fear because that's a death sentence. But I don't mind showing you the portal to fear. Because this is the finale, of course. Unless I get the urge to sit there and make you watch me grind. Which I would feel bad about. This is one of those male NPCs. Where's Club? Club. Club is out of the map. You lied? Got some more dwarfs, because why not? Some of these will talk to you and say hello. They've all got little stone beds. Now if you notice, ogres are kind of fat. So the beds they have don't really fit them. But that's okay. I imagine they just sleep on the floor or something. But ogre houses are just stone. They used to be advanced in the biggest war machine of Rallis Zek. But they got warped to be dumb. So they're still as strong as they used to be. They just don't have the intelligence to use what they've got. But they used to be the most powerful race in Norath. And I would argue with Stark Elves. If you play a Beast Lord Ogre, you get that bear as your little buddy. So that's really good. Hey, what's up? Let's take out some of that weight. Some of these fine steel items weigh a lot. Nine platinum for that star metal lure. 46 for velocity. Well, if I do say so, that is a very good deal. Let's see if I can get one of them to talk. I know some of them do talk. Hello, buy some of my stuff. Got some lizard meat. Loaf of bread. Which means, it tells me somewhere out there there's an ogre growing wheat. Put my shredded wolf on. Yeah, let's go take a look at those specters. They're not too bad. Yeah, this is outside. It's just a bunch of stone. Not sure how they built the stone bridge with a single slab. But if someone's going to do it, it's the ogres. I'm so small compared to them. Dark elves are very, very small. If you just want a comparison, small versus the bigger races. Here's OK Noggin Stone Smacker. You leave me alone. Angry, sad face. We'll buff up here. Basically, clerics do have spells that are powerful, but meh. Put our eye on aggressive. Put some buffs up. We're going to be fighting melee opponents, so I don't need to put a... Well, no, we might fight the erudite too, so we'll buff him up so he doesn't keel over. My cleric's specializing in abjuration. It's just kind of for ease. You can switch your specialization, but usually not worth the effort. If you know what you're doing, it's kind of one of those things the game kind of just smacks you with and says, okay, you cast a spell a lot, so you're going to specialize in it. But that may not be what you want to specialize in. Like if I was trying to be a battle cleric for some god-awful reason, I would want to specialize in my strike spells, my damage spells. But even as we go through here, I'm mainly going to be letting my pet do most of the stuff. Not my pet, my mercenary. Or I just kind of like shot in the back. Because sometimes it's not about doing the damage, it's about winning the fight. Which I think a lot of MMOs kind of lose the thing on that. I saw an enraged timer and said, yeah, we need enraged timers. I saw clerics had a damage spell. They're like, yeah, let the clerics do damage. And they just kind of forget. Like, they see the rules of the game and say, okay, but they don't understand why it's like that. So we've lost a lot with new developers. Kind of wish I just asked to get... Well, I mean, they kind of do. We'll tell them. We'll go to forums and be like, hey, you kind of get why this is this way? Do you understand the whole gaming thing? Oh, of course, we know better than you. Okay, so that's a specter. Now, as a young ogre walking around, the specter is extremely scary because by the time you're in the zone, you're like level 5. This is level 33 specter, and this isn't too far away from town. This is Zogok. That's where you come out, go across the bridge, you'll be fighting stuff. And out here, here's the specter, and that specter will aggro you. And you're like, okay, great. Not really a whole lot you can do about it. But the specter is actually guarding the entrance of the plane of fear. This was real early on. I know it launched with a what's his name? Mr. Atropos, and I should be using a Ward Undead spell on this, but we're just going to use my damage attack. Special shield. Yeah, you'll see me do damage, but that's not generally the form you would see a cleric take. Do as I say, not as I do. I am the cleric. And you know there's a tree here. This is a tree. But it's actually a fake wall. Well, this is a maze, and you take your old raid group through here, and it'd be lined with specters. So, just go ahead and take them out. My dear buddy here will do most of the damage for me. They're strong, but they're not that strong. On my this year playthrough, I'm using healer, but you can get by just as easy with a warrior. Thing is, on the monsters you fight for experience, it takes a while for them to actually do what they need to do. So I mean, there's no tell. It's a literal maze. Unfortunately, I have a map, but it's just full of specters. I'm gonna get experience points from this one. Just nuke him for a third of his health bar. I have some veteran benefits called staunch recovery. You're not going to have that if you play the game normally. It's just because I'm an old player. And give you thank yous for every so often. And one of the reasons I'm doing this, just kind of show you what the game is. But I've talked about the point of here before. Once you get in, you can't get out until you fight Kazakh Tool. But see, even if you like get through the maze, there's still a fake wall, so you may not realize you beat it. But this is the plane of fear. This is the big gate, and there's a Paniel. Now, Paniel is an area where they worship Kazakh Tool, so that's what she's doing. She's opened up a portal to the Kazakh Tool, to the mortal realm, so that Kazakh Tool can get in. But even if you're a Paniel Necromancer, she's scowled at everybody. So you'll have your... No one needs to change. Why are you like this? But see, there's always a risk. Like, if I go in there and the zone's empty, because it's like a weak respawn, you know, I can show you the zone. But there could be a fully popped zone, and that could be all dangerous. So we're not going to go in there. But Cendrila is she's hostile to everybody all the time. So you should feel no guilt for taking her out. I'd rather not get actually accidentally zone in. So we're going to have to be careful about that. Actually, I'll take that back. You can always origin out. Or gate out. But if you're melee, you're stuck till you fight Kazakh Tool. Basically, this worshipper of Kazakh Tool causes all the problems. It opens this portal. There's no penalty or anything for defeating her. Just every time you had a raid group, you'd be sitting here, and everyone would just be bullying this erudite. They're like low-level skeletons. Absolutely nothing to them. But yeah, this is the entrance to the plane of fear. And this is what it looks like. You go in here, and very, very scary zone. Monsters have huge aggro radiuses. Once they're gone, they don't spawn again for like another week. But when your items would be left on your body, and you'd have to go through this maze. So you'd go through this with no armor on, and fighting these specters. And very easy to take a wrong turn, especially on the going back trip. But that's the portal to the plane of fear. It is a very scary zone. It's kind of like a flat plane. Like this flat's, you can see screenshots of it up on Alakazam. And I wish I was strong enough to like really show you the zone. But if the monsters were up, then it's just extremely difficult. They'll run away at low health. They'll aggro more. It's just, and these respawn fast. We just took this guy out. They still respawn fast. I mean, yeah, clerics don't really do DPS. Do as I say, not as I do. Like, we have spells called Divine Lights, which you can kind of just spray on your character and keep everyone up. And I have a complete heal. I have a damage shield, which I should have applied, but I didn't think of it. So that's the secret of the fear route. Plane of Fear is just right there. It's hidden. It's after a maze. Zoning in there used to very well mean you could never get your items back. Because while I'm saying there's like 72 people, that raid could fail. There are monsters in there that could take out 72 people. No problem. We were all level 50, of course. What is this? Well, you're clearly for a quest. No, what faction he's on? Never seen him before. He's evil, so we must put him in the evil zones. There's Grip Claw. He's just a new thing for male. Yeah. They're level 50 and they're out here just randomly and indifferent. Probably just for that stupid male quest. They're all over the place and I don't know what they're for. You want me to leave him alone? So I do that. I got like 83 bonus chips. I'm not really sure why I have them. But I do have them. So like I said, the big thing in the zone is everybody is a bouncer. Bouncer Flug. Bouncer Prud. Got some dwarf hanging out just in case they get hungry. Big bodies need big amounts of food. They eventually wanted to talk about how ogres were not as affected by the curse anymore, but that was like half the charm of the ogres, so it's like, why? Why would you do that? I like my ogres with an IQ of 3. So this is Ogok. First one you see here is Angrog. General store. We'll sell him our stuff. So it's going to cost like 12 platinum to pay my mercenary for that little adventure we went on. But I've made a lot more than that, so I would say that was worth it. Very much worth it. So if you really wanted to, you could just hunt specters. As long as you don't accidentally zone into the zone, you're safe. You can just bully Cinderella like all the time. Everyone used to do it. Some of these girls will talk to you. Let's bounce her back. They might only talk to you if you're a warrior of Rala's deck. Some of you talk, I know you do. Yeah, if you're a warrior, they'll be like, hey, that's a new NPC. See if he talks like an ogre. Hello, dear. All these darn critters running around here. There are little armadillos everywhere. We just need to get rid of them. Bring 4 deer hills, can pay you money. Too many for me to smash alone. The ogres are some of the best parts of this game. They're, hello, dear. These tunnels, these things, this is a stupid maze. None of these ever talk to you. And they're for shamans. These are shaman caves. None of them talk, none of them say anything. This is just a confusing mass of frustration. The Ogre Forge here is in there. Just take my word. This is not worth navigating. And there's the armadillos the ogres want you to fight. Like, it just... You can't find what you need in here. Even with a map, this is just kind of like... Because it goes up and down, up and down, up and down. And then it turns. So even if you have a map, it's just like... down again. Okay, now where do you go? You gotta go crisscross, go right or left. The only saving grace is that you can just jump out these windows. They like knew that they did that on purpose. That's not fun to navigate. Where am I? Okay. But yeah, basically it's just a giant maze. So if you're a shaman, you have to solve the maze to get your things. Your spells and your training. And we're all the way back out here. How did we get back there? I don't know. I like the old 2D trees. Here's like the Tyrant. He has a lot to say. Some of the bouncers will talk to you if you're an ogre warrior, but they're just like, hello, friend. Yes, what do you want? I have one purpose here, to speak with potential heroes that the gods send to me. Not to make pointless chit-chat with some base, frail mortal that I can destroy in less time than it will take for me to unsheath my weapon. Are you as deaf as you are ugly? Well, I have stated that before I was purpose here, and I will not repeat myself. You apparently know nothing of Kizrak the Tyrant, or my glorious victories as a domination among the heroes. Kizrak the Tyrant sniffs once, his eyes blazing with impatience as he drums his large fingers on the hilt of his side. I am Kizrak the Titan, mighty warrior of Zek, and now champion of the warlord. Once I brought fear and destruction to any who ascended the path of the ogre nation, but now as they're all sniveling fools who cannot find their backside of both their hands. See, I personally like the dumb ogres. They really should have stuck with everyone being dumb. And that was like super fun. And he just complains about the ogres being dumb. Maybe you should be dumb, sir. Shall I get you some alcohol? But yeah, this entire town is basically just a giant bar. So this is the Green Blood Guild with a parrot. So, what does a parrot signify to you? Would it be Shadow Knights? Shadow Knights. So if you didn't know, Shadow Knights are actually giant parrots. You can see it right here. Now you know their secret. This is the secret of the evil classes. We need new members, we do not. Powerful enough are we with Grievek. Still, peons needed. Are you a new peon or are you outsider? Speak up, fool. No time Grievek has. Go away, or soon pain will find you. It's Mugalan. You always come looking for some armors? Come to the right place if you Shadow Knight. Is you a Shadow Knight? Nope. Green Blood Guild. Here's the big guy himself. You Green Blood? Shadow Knight Master me be. Nivus proved to me that Nivus be worthy to be one with Green Blood. Give Nivus Black Shadow Tunic. Do you want Black Shadow Tunic? Nope. And that's just the default thing if my faction isn't high enough. Which is why, if you notice, I don't proceed all the way through with dialogue options. Usually my faction isn't high enough to talk to the people I want to. Like if you start as a warrior, you're obviously going to have enough faction to be a warrior. But usually my faction just isn't good enough. But here's where the warriors are, speaking of which. Who are you? Oh, it's you, Nivets. You know, you're promising Crackneck? There are bad things in Swamp. You help Cracknecks, or you want Guntrick to bash your face? I think he'll actually attack you if you say bash your face. So for the sake of my sanity, I'll continue on. What? You Crackneck or you pissed? I think they actually attack you. Hi there. You be talking about Gronks. Mies knows lots about crafting the armor and protects younger warriors. You young warrior, you come back looking for some armor. You find the right ogre. You think you be real tough Crackneck? Real tough Crackneck. Yeah, default thing. There's a reason I'm not actually going through the dialogues. You Nivets, we hear you. We need help. You help Cracknecks or you help self? But yeah, that's why I do that. There is more dialogue, but you have to be very specific. You have to be the race class or have high enough faction. There is the banker. He's on Girl Silver Stomp. And this is Algok's Keep. Because this is where they keep the Algok. You fall into the water, there's a ladder here. You know, ogres need alcohol. I'm just saying. So this is the meat drink to be. There's Chef Duga. We heard one of the ogres talk about him beforehand. Her. Welcome, Nivets. You look all skin and bones. Eat you must do. Chief Duga can fix goodies for you. Try hee-hee meat. Hee-hee meat. A secret ground meat made of high elf human and erudite flesh. Good stuff. Duga make it and the gobbler make it. If I need those meats in the swamp, bring it to me and I pay you. I'm telling you, it's delicious. Now here, this ends a conspicuous sir here, this bartender. This vendor is Clerg. He's the leader of the ogres here. Hello, friend. Have a drink. I have unique drinks here. And remember, you get rowdy, the bouncers crush you. The bouncers were organized by me. As I traveled to many worlds' taverns, I encountered great enforcers called bouncers. It was their duty to keep order among the chaos. When I returned and rose to greatness after the creation of the Flaming Clerg, I organized Algok bouncers to keep order among rival guilds. Algok has been battleground for the feud between Greenblood Knights and the Shamans and Crackneck Warriors. It is fueled by the superior intellect of the Greenbloods. You remember that I, Clerg, was once dim, but now speak with great words. The Flaming Clerg was my greatest creation. It brought me great respect in Algok. Unfortunately, I've heard tales of an impostor drink. You are brave. An enemy are you of Algok. Leave while you still can. That's not what he's supposed to say. I've been all over Norath and even served with some very great barkeeps and freeports. I am creator of both Flaming Clerg and Ogre Quill. Okay, so he's not going to tell me the rest of it in character, but I will tell you. So basically, the dwarves have a copy of Clerg's thing. Since Clerg is the leader of the ogres, they hate the dwarves. So really, the battle between dwarves and ogres, and why you see so many dead dwarves all over the place, it's basically a giant pissing contest between their alcohols. So that's why these two races hate each other. Now humans, erudites, and high elves, they just taste good. They are food. Every time you see an erudite, if you're not thinking about food, you're doing it wrong. I mean, you think about it, you know, the Bashir, the enemies of the erudites, they eat fast. That's kind of their thing. They are food. Humans are food. High elves are food. That's just the way it is. You want to buy some armor? You want me to teach you how to make warplate or bouncer shield? The bouncer shields will be made to fit snug on our strong arms. Every bouncer in Algok will be worn on soon. They can only be made in our special Algok forge. You need large round shield modes, to smithy armor, 2 sheets of adamantite, and some blood temper. Grah, get out of my way, Runtling. You're looking for work, you best be talking to your own kind in your own home city. Maybe I want to talk to the ogres. They're like onions. They have layers. Duga Tear Stopper. She dries your eyes after a dangerous day. This is who you be? You fight with anger in your veins? You think you strong berserker? Look at that face. Isn't he cute? Yeah, they added the Berserkers, like the last class added to this game. They're just chainmail warriors with a high DPS, which isn't really that useful in this game. Well, hi, Davids. You want to buy something? Hello, buy some of my stuff. So I think that's it. Zogok is basically just a giant place where everyone's a bouncer because that's what they saw. Clerics saw in bars, and he's having a giant pissing contest with the dwarves. And the only way to really get faction with Clerg is to take out the king of the dwarves, who has his own faction. So that's the story. We're not going to use Origin because the Inithul Swamp is like right around the corner. But I couldn't get to these cities on my Vashir. So yeah, we were kind of missing out on these. Plus it was like a long video. And we'll go see some of the evil stuff I skipped last time. We're still gonna skip Lower Gok because one day I'll go there, but it's just the live side and the dead side. So all I'll be doing is running through the live side for my life, and dead side is pounding for faction. So if you're gonna go there to grind, you might as well actually go there to grind. It's like teasing yourself. You know, I could stay here and get like a little bit of faction. Because eventually the live side frogs stop hating you. Eventually. Actually, you know what, I can check. Yeah, so I need to take out 693 more zombies till they're threatening. The only way to get good faction with the gate callers is to defeat evil wizards. I'd ask you why you would do that. Yeah, the undead froglocks, I've killed so many, I cannot get any worse faction with them. Of course, the froglocks, they're still threatening. I had to defeat even more of them. But if I do that and I get the Ghoulord Scalp, I can get the Wood Elf illusion. And that means I can take this Dark Elf to towns. And my original plan was to have this Dark Elf be your tour guide. You know, before I decided on the Vashir. And this was going to be the character to the Wood Elf Cleric. Show you all these strange and fascinating lands. So I had a plan, but it was just taking too long, and I was just like, well, I want to show people the game. You know, we're going to stream, so it's going to be go time. And that's what happened. Temple of Kazakh Tool. It used to be a lizard place, like a lower level place. I used to go out here. I think I missed it last time. So we'll go there real quick. If it's revamped, I can't really go anywhere. Emissary sincere. She seems pretty sincere. What are you about? Oh. Male and busy. Yeah, they're not too happy with me. I can invis versus undead, but I can't do anything about the living. A scout from Xanavar. You are dark elves. You should not be hostile to me. They're low level, but I don't want to aggro anybody. Don't know why dark elf scouts are hostile, but that's a high level player. I'm going to guess this is still a high level zone. Can't target them, so I don't know how strong they are. This is either going to be a massive mistake or we'll be okay. But I hunted here briefly before they revamped it. It was a pretty fun zone. No, okay. So this is still a place I could hunt. Basically, a giant maze. So you go in here. You know, this is where most people would hunt. They come in here where it's safe. If you got in trouble, you'd leave the area. You could go into here, which is just a bunch of nonsense, really. But if you made it through that maze, you'd be able to find this place, which is a giant pyramid. Which is, of course, a temple to Khazak-Thul. So this is the actual temple. It's an avatar pyramid. This is a giant stupid maze to get to the temple. You got all these little areas. Basically, they all just have this bunch of lizard men. This is one of those times you can see the little runes on my staff. You might translate that into something, but I'm not sure what. Well, this is a place I can get experience points. But the simple fact is, this one's just run when they're low on health. So I could really end up having issues. Even if I was in biz, I think I'd have problems. I was going to fall in the same category as a lower Guk. I have a lot of wisdom about this game, but I just don't have the strength. But now we're going to go to Ennethel Swamp. The Swampy Lands. And this time we're not going to just kind of breeze through past it because we're like half awake. Yo, Queen of Hatred. Boing. In the name of love and hate, here comes the magical girl. Sure would be nice if I was great at the wolf, though. I've gotten so used to it, just flying around everything. We actually have to walk. Could you imagine walking? Where's my car? At least my name is really short. So if someone wants to address me, they'll say, Apprentice the Fisherman, I have a spot hot, a Fiore on a Vi. Would you like a piece of pie? Apprentice Fisherman, I have a spot hot of a Fiore on a Vi. Can you heal me, please? Thank you. Apprentice Fisherman, I have a spot hot of a Fiore on a Vi. I appreciate you. So Upper Guk is unfortunately still a bunch of hostile frog locks, and I don't want to. On my Vashir, I accidentally killed Emperor Crushbone in a literal freak accident. And it ruined my faction with the Nereak guards. I dropped just below to be a threat. And I really can't recover that easily. So because I don't want to accidentally take down a frog, it's kind of a pain in the butt to get the lower Guk if you're trying to preserve faction. We're going to avoid that. So you see, if you think you're in water, you can actually swim above it. This works in real life. You can just put your knees and your hands on top of water, and you can just kind of swim like that. Very easy to do. Well, this is basically the troll newbie area. 4 quests to reach 8 everything. You have a healthy amount of kobolds, so you can get like, good little patchwork armors. The problem with trolls is that they get overshadowed by ogres a whole lot. The trolls used to have health regeneration before this was a thing. It's kind of a big deal because you can get back into the battle faster. I think they're weak to fire too. But it's a choice. Do you want to either just not get stunned or do you want health regen? So it was kind of a big deal. I saw shamans play trolls sometimes. But these are the bashers. You hear that there are humans, elves, and other weaklings hunting in the swamps. I shall pluck you limb from limb. Those who play with the basher always get bashed good. So look out for humans, elves, and other weaklings hunting in the swamp. They could be dangerous. Because I'm a dark elf, they're kind of like, well, what are you doing here? Why would a dark elf be in the swamp? It's because I want to show off your town. I've always thought that was a ruby in her head. I think that's what they meant. But this is where the trolls live. This town was briefly taken over by frog locks, but it obviously didn't work out. It wasn't very popular. They're like, nobody plays trolls. We can just take the town and just use it something new. Well, nobody played frog locks either, so it was just like dark races in this game don't have enough trouble going to towns to buy and sell and bank. So it's nice to have this town. Nathaniel Mar, more like Nathaniel Fart. This is the entrance to Grub. I think it was taken over after Legacy of Akisha. Or Yakesha, as some would say. I'm thinking Akisha because that's what I grew up with. Well, this is Grub. Notice I didn't get the Explorer achievement because I've already been here. This is, as you imagine, a town from the swamp. Not many people can go here. Also, I have a problem. I'm small. I've got little legs. So I'm going from a big race with Spirit of the Wolf to a tiny little dark elf with little baby legs with a no Spirit of the Wolf. Okay. Tribute Masters is a generic NPC. Hello. Of course, he doesn't say anything after all that trouble. Leader level 36, 39. So if you're level 50, you could probably challenge the town. Ranger tells Shatter Knights to get rid of Spore Guardian. Good. Oh my god. There's a frog prisoner. You deserve it for taking the town. I'm just saying. There's Horror, the warrior troll. What you wants? Me great grasher with the bashers. You think you should be looking for training? Yous look like a weakling. We trained you and you help me get fatter. Well, you gonna help Horgor get fatter? Yeah. Of course, I'm not a troll, so I don't understand his fatness. I can't comprehend how fat he actually is. He's got secrets. Craige's eyes glint with menace. I bet you want to know my secrets. Yeah, tell me your secrets. The Dark Stranger, he showed me how to make some things for hurting and bashing. Craig grins and brandishes a long sword and crackles with an energy of his own. He needs to work on weapons. Didn't finish him. Haley is saying, I'm going to give you armor. He's your armor vendor. He tricks you into it. Hey dear, you look like a warrior that could use some decent armor. Is you a warrior? He's not going to give me more quest. There's Ranjor. Hello, Ranjor. You want to be a member of the Bashers, does you? You're thinking you used to be good enough to be one of us? You can prove why I shouldn't ought to eat your smelly hide. I was going to test you, you big piece of ugly meat. You willing to test, or do I just eat you now? Yeah, the reason I don't go further in this quest line, they don't tell you anything. They just give you a generic. Your faction is not high enough. It's not going to be fun. But some of these trolls worship Interrook, and I'm a priest of Interrook, so they'll be friendlier with me. Darn these little legs. Like every ally of the Dark Elf is huge. There's that talk. Isn't that a face you want to buy alcohol from? It's funny, in the Estate of Unrest, there's a troll barkeep. I think it's his friend. Unironically. There's a gun-tongue bitch. That says it on the thing. Don't exclaim me for it. And there she is. Hey, Wista. And the Gortonka. It just goes on too. There's Graktak. That's just what the sign says. These are new NPCs. If you ever wanted to hire a troll, there they are in all their glory. I went with the ogre because I'm a generic normal person. If you want to be cool, you'll hire a troll warrior. But I still don't regret it. That's the warriors area. If you wanted to live there, be a troll warrior, somebody. Except for Froglocks. Would be up your alley. And they turned this place to a berserker place. This used to just be a sacrificial area. That's generic NPC. Yeah, why? You see all the soul put into everything else. Why did you not keep that? You're like surrounded by soul, and then you're just like, ah, generic. Why? 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 Okay. Baby Basher. Which sounds a lot worse than I really meant it. But he's still a baby. So here's Chrome Clubs and junk. Dingies. Some horror talk. Yeah, a lot of these, I think it's when the Froglocks took over and they despawned these NPCs. Like put the Froglocks everywhere. Which were way too small for these tables, by the way. I think they cut a lot of dialogue. I was like, why would anyone talk to these guys? Well, it's just like... because it's a game. The Night Keeper talks to me because they're worshippers of Interrook. Hey, you there. Look at all these spiders. They called me to come kill them. There are too many. If you bring me 4 eyes from the little spiders, I reward you. Close enough, I'll accept it. They look so, like, innocent. Like, if they were, like, small and a high-pitched voice, like, oh, yes, that's fine. What you want from Cougar? Unless you Shadow Knight, you leave me alone. I don't know if I trust you, but I suppose I'll let you prove yourself. You're interested. You'd help me with some gardening something and creating some of your own armor. You let Cougar know. Cougar's not actually going to let me help him, though. I'm just saying. You're Shadow Knights. These worship Interrook, and so we're kind of on the same team. You dare speak to Master Trescar. You sent by Hulklook, or you be hurtin'. Me waits no time for an ugly one like you. What you want? You make fun of Helm of Hulklook. Me smash you. Maybe you come here to learn weight of hate and fear. You be dark power, you be pain. You wouldn't join Nightkeep? Me smell blood of enemy in you. You fool to talk to Nightkeep, Shadow Knight. Me bleed you if you no run. So the ogre is having issues. The trolls are just derp. They're not gonna play with me. Play with me. There's the old Olmec thing. I never understood why this was here. It's just all of a sudden Olmec. It's just like right in the middle of nowhere. We established earlier that lava really doesn't hurt you in this game. The shamans will be real buddy with me. So we'll go play with them next. They didn't used to have the hatchlings everywhere. Of course, they didn't used to have the, let's see. Oh, Cragarek's fun. So naturally, you got some wood elf and some dwarf. Away from Cragarak you get. Me is a busy troll. Me must punish enemies of Grob and feeds trolls aplenty. Trolls complain meat's no good. They said I hear ogres have special meat which tastes better than prisoners of Grob. Do you know the name of meat? What kind of meat that be? Tell me. He wants you to say he meat. He meat? What? It doesn't tell you, but he wants you to say he meat. He meat. What does that stand for? We need some of this he meat. Go and get me some. Cragarak not just want some. Cragarak want more than 20. Cragarak want 3 he meat. Means what he recipe. You get me and make Niva's honorary carver. We give you grub cleaver. They say you cut skins like butter. So everybody's all about that high elf, erudite, and high elf. They're just food. You have to understand this. That's not me just being funny. You are food. Just got some soulless spell merchants. They exist just to sell you spells, which are already outdated by the plane of knowledge. It's just sad. I'm just saying. And there's Spinkit, the banker. Look at all that junk. Yeah, the shamans themselves, they're fun. There's one in particular. Hey, the best for last. See, the trolls are really possessive of their shamans. Shamans are like their only healers. Of course, being the old world, rain goes through the ceilings. And that's just the way it is. So even though we're indoors, rain's gonna look like it's all over the place. Oh, it's okay. You're my buddy. Whoosh. You speak to Caligari, High Priestess of the Dark Ones, Children of Hate, Spawn of Inneruk. And I will speak for you wish magic power. You need to prove your dedication to our cause before we can discuss this matter to you. One of you were nice to me that one time I went through here. I am a child of Inneruk in a literal sense. I am the Queen of Hatred. Hello, Naivets. Who you be? You need to be shaman or me not talk to you. You a shaman? Well, me can give you 2 soul angel. You'll make your own armor. There's nothing in here, by the way. It burned me for 10 damage. And if I was level 1, that might be dangerous. Yeah, these are the troll shamans of Interrook. Was it you? Me says hi to you. What do you want from me? Oh, me shaman trainer. You must be shaman. Oh, you're shaman dark one. These are my buddies. One of them had a long conversation with me. Salutations, Nivets. I'm here to, as a favor to my brother, High Priest Perr. We seek loyal followers of Interrook to earn their place among the hierarchy of the Spires. Are you devoted to Interrook? Or rather request your presence to the presence of the Spires of Interrook. Take this note with you, Nivets. We'll inform Perrier who sent you. Well, okay, thanks. Hail, Nivets. Are you a follower of Interrook? I hope so. We need many to spread his hate. None be as vicious as them that follow him. We do brings fear and hate to all that do see us. This as well. He likes it. Can you help? I can't help. I can help. Me hear orcs in nearby trouble. The word from Neriak is they want the whole kills them before they organize. Dark elves say they look for Deathfist clan. They say they look called for Centurions. They try to get big orc army. Shows me you can strike fear into hate in them orcs. They needs to be more scared of us than them humies. Brings me a Deathfish / belt. So if I wanted to gain favor with these guys, I could. It's also important to notice that the Dark Elf or the Ogre Shadow Knights and the Troll Shadow Knights have a rivalry going on. So keep that in mind if you want to take sides with the Ogres and the Trolls. Even within the evil sorts, there's a thing. But yes, my true identity is revealed. I am the Queen of Hatred. I am the magical girl. That's it for that's Grob, I think. Yeah. That's all Grob has to offer. It's the bashing place. Froglocks took the town and they took it back. As it should be. I've still got little legs. And let me out. Did I take a wrong turn? Yes, I did. Heh. What you wanted? I'm Basher Nanner Mule. You look for works? Maybe we can get a job for me to be done. You might do, maybe. Me in charge of making torches for Basher patrols, but Nanarim is too mighty for such stupid job. And Nanarim good idea. Them firebugs in the deserts, them eyes glowed. And them don't burn it like torches. If Nivers had 3 fire beetle eyes, me would give Nivers a shiny thingy that you'd wanted. Go ahead, Nivers. Give me those eyes. So, yeah. Give Nanarim some fire beetle eyes. It'll be a good time. Get you some good faction with the Bashers. Get you above dubious. Show them that you're a friend of the trolls. Oh, another thing about there's a quest in a Neriak where if you give a certain person red wine, you get a good faction with like half the town of Neriak. So you just get like a dark elf completely sloshed on red wine. I think white wine works too. And you can do things that way. I can't believe I forgot the red and white wine quest. I'm so focused on trying to make sure I show you everything that I'm missing stuff. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the Lava Storm Mountains. I'm just going to walk to the book since there's no real point doing otherwise. Because I want to be friends with these Froglocks, I have to be careful. There's a purple fire. I don't want to smack one and set myself back. Oh yeah, this is the troll sharding area. You know, they didn't really expand the roster of evil races, so it's pretty much just dark elves, trolls, and ogres. But so every time you see evil of some sort, there's always a dark elf or an ogre or a troll, which is fine. I just thought it was funny. Like, everyone wants to be a good person, but nope. Everyone always plays a dark elf or a high elf. I really hold out here though. This is kind of what you see. There's mushroom men, like I showed last time. They're kind of funny. Now, I'm not sure how you'd find this plain knowledge book without prior knowledge. See what I did there? Preloading characters. Lava Store Mountains. Yep, we showed Pay and Eel on my Vashir when I went on my Otis tour. So that check mark's already off. And this character sure as heck isn't gonna be welcoming Pay and Eel. They don't like anybody unless you go through the Warrens to do that faction grind. Getting in that city is a lot harder than it probably seems. So this time we're gonna do Lava Storm one more time. This time from an evil side. Death Fist Orcs. Causing my hometown trouble. Be gone from my land. Get out of here. Now what's funny is Death Fist Orcs is kind of its own thing, right? You get good faction with the Paladins. So if you serve the Dark Elves, you get faction with the Paladins, you get good faction with the Halfling Guards, you get good faction with the Monks, and the Commons Residents. So just by serving Neriac, you can get pretty good. Now the problem with fighting some of those things, like the arcane elements, they're always going to hate you unless you like turn on you know, the people, the Dark Elf people. But you don't want to make it worse than it already is. I mean, some Dark Elves just don't care. Like if you're a Necromancer or you just don't care, take out all the good mages, take out all the Halflings, just body slam all the Paladins. You know, it's free real estate. For a character like mine, where I'm trying to like get into every city and spread hate as Enrook would have wanted. You know, I'm a little subversive, I guess you could say. Yeah, I'm welcoming like a lot more cities than I should. Excuse you. Get off me. Oh, actually, you know what I want to do? I want to go show off the evil sides of Freeport and Kanos. Well, we're already here, so I'll show off Temple Solisek Row and then Najena. Yes, Kanos is kind of interesting. I didn't show off the aqueducts last time. Hello, friend. And there's two zones out here which are a lot more difficult to really use since they revamped the lava store mountains. Because I wanted to turn it into a high level area. But basically there's two things. There's the Sony Exile, which is just a dungeon. We've kind of seen in passing. That's new stuff. But Agenda and Temple of Slice Row are things. It used to be, this was a very dark zone, so you'd have to be a dark elf to kind of like really see what's going on. It didn't have like 500 rock drovers just going around. But there was a gypsy camp in the middle where you can kind of sell your stuff. That's unusual. Let's see, can I climb this? I think there's a giant high-level dragon that wanders around here now, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, I will say the lava kind of looks interesting. The lava doesn't really do anything in this game. Whee! Look at her go! She's having an exorcism. Okay, that's very silly. But this is Temple of Slice Road. This is basically just a giant quest area. Well, like I've said before, the only way to really like know what people do is you hail them or you take them out and see what they drop. Now there's an Afridi in here, which if you hail him, you'll lose faction with the temple. So like it really made some people mad because you have to be indifferent or higher to get these quest armors. But all you have to do is fight some shadowed men and you get your faction back. It's not really that big of a deal. It just made some people panic. To be honest, I'd be kind of panicky too. You don't see it coming. I'm just going to go in here. They're all just random keepers. They don't say anything. But if you kill one of these, they turn into a fire elemental. So as soon as they die, a fire elemental spawns. And these guys are they worship the Lord of Fire. But it's just a quest area. You can turn on these. Like their rival is the Shadowed Men. But it's just a quest area. Like you'll talk to these NPCs. And they all pretty much just say, you know, if you're the right class and stuff like that. You know, hello, I'm here. Would you like some armors? And there's one for each class. They all say exactly the same thing basically, but you know, like this would be mine. But those armors are all useless compared to what just drops randomly from the quest. So this place isn't as useful as it used to be. But this used to be where you'd go for the big things. Of course, what's a quest area without a secret door? Let's see if I can find the Afridi. Yep. So if you hail this guy, you'll lose faction with the entire temple. It's not a lot, but they're indifferent now. And if you hail him, it'll go down to apprehensive. That's all he does. Well, I think he has a quest compared to him, but you wouldn't know what the quest is unless. See if I can get a look at him. Like, I know he has a quest to him. I'm burning myself. If you hail him, he'll lower your faction. Little old Tasgar. You gotta go through a secret door to find him, so it's hard to do this on accident. Yeah, I think it's the only case I've ever seen where an NPC will lower your faction if you hail them. Well, yeah, there's not really a whole lot here. It's just a temple that... I don't think there's any point to get more faction with them either. You can hunt them, but why? Away from this place of torment. Make haste and flee before you too share my gruesome fate. No. It's basically like it seems like they say like a bunch of interesting stuff, but it's just more the same. You can tell by the people here they aren't named. You can hunt here if you so desired. They're level 35. But back in the day, hunting here would be like, "What are you doing?" Because you get all these quest NPCs. But there's really nothing going on. It looks a lot more cool than it really is. This is the Temple of the Fire Lord. Now, if you pick the Fire Lord as your god you worship, it's pretty much the same as being agnostic. Because he's neutral. So in gameplay storms, this is a very neutral god. So everyone says, you'll see everywhere people say play agnostic, but if you have the option to be Sayu Sekro, the Firekeeper, it's pretty much the same thing. You just get access to fire enchantments, which is better than nothing. Well, that's simple. There's really not a whole lot going on in there. And if you hail him, there's some shadow men down here. So we'll go to Nagena real quick, because that's a dungeon I kind of glossed over. But if you, what this is a layer of a magician that didn't want to play with the Dark Elves. Oh, there's more shadow men here. Basically, you take these out. If you take out the keepers, that's not very nice. But you can get faction with these. You know, they have special shadow stuff. Their weapons are all temporary, so if you log out and you're using this weapon, you'll lose it. Oh, that was kind of one of the rare times you see this. But you pretty much just give this to your pet. See, it says I'm dubious to the Shadowed Men, but those are scowling to attack me. So explain that game. Explain yourself. But there's one quest tied to the Shadowed Men, but Simple Salisek Row has all the class quest. You see, this is the beginning of a Japanese building. You know, but this is where Nagena was doing her experiments. She's just a mage that wanted to be left alone. But of course, that's not going to happen. How dare a magician try to do magician things on her own? What this is not gentle. Skeletons will probably pop up and attack me. They look like they're dead, but don't trust them. No regard. Even though we're friends with the ogres and stuff, the ogre guards have keys, so you have to take out the guards. is another key dungeon, just like with Fallen. And my sandwich in Jenna has gotten worse. I don't think there's a way to raise this faction. But she really doesn't want you taking out her cards. But yeah. She's just mage that just got really hyper with it. Let's see if the tentacle terror is up. I think it's the first time most people would encounter the thing. Yep, it's up. It's a really rare tentacle terror. This is the first time you would see this monster type, unless you went to the Estate of Unrest and found the secrets. So yeah, that ogre guard was just kind of sitting there, and I bonked him out of existence. But there's more. I don't think the aggro makes him too strong. But this would be where dark elves would come to level up and play. Of course, there is Najena's thing. I think it looks pretty cool. It's one of the better ones. Go down here and do the secrets. Nice special with this. Looks pretty though. Someone had to draw a moon and stars on all the walls. There's just some more skeletons. So this was clearly some secret prison of some sort. Going deeper into the Jenna. Some spikes. I don't think they actually damage you. That's way too big for this game. There's a bone cracker. Oh. Okay, we're fighting bone cracker. The reckoning has come, bone cracker. You brought it on yourself. Of course, I want to heal it. I'm going to take this key, if you don't mind. Take these two, just because. Thank you for the key. These are just Dark Elf Necromancers that don't want to work for Neriak. They've had enough of the King and Queen fighting. I'm going to keep on. I'm going to let my mercenary go. He's going to very much teach you not to do that. There's the cap, or officer rather. See, clerics can do DPS, but why? I could just heal my ogre for like half the effort. The guard's key ring, which is something we need. I'll take that stuff for fun. There's a Capitan, which I think I need a key from him. Give me your key. And there is no choice in this. If I'm going to show off the zone, I need your key. Thank you. Okay, so we have the keys we need. I think the rest of the ogres know their place, so we should be fine. There's a magician. This place is pretty much just all magicians, with a few spattering of necromancers trying to get around. I didn't think I was going to get away with that one. Yeah, I'm wasting a lot of mana on this. Necromancers are trying to heal him. Okay. So this will just really be leading down to the spikes. And that's the guards' quarters. So the guards' quarters are behind a fake wall, which have the keys that you need. This is one of the first time I've seen them do a little transparent thing. Oh, that's kind of cool. So then this is just a cell, then with a skeleton. They like to pop out. Oops. And then a skeleton popped out. Okay, I get it. You were very scary. See, my cleric has bash, so I can actually interrupt people. Thank you for the water. It was very nice of you to deliver it to me. Well, this is a agenda proper. See what's down here first. Some earth elementals and some skeletons, which of course are hiding and pretending they're not going to attack us as soon as they pop out. Yeah, if you're too high level, the monsters normally leave you alone. They attack me, that's our funeral. And just some dark elves trying to practice outside of the constraints of Veneriac. How dare they? Those are flake floors. Yeah, you're gonna get thrown into a jail cell if you're not careful. I'll show you what that looks like. Here's a crystal room. So here's a crystal. It's dark elves like you that have ruined your own lands. You'll not ruin mine. How about that? How about that, young lady? My comrades will avenge my death. This Damask Veil. That used to be kind of a big deal. Oh yeah, you got the Damask Veil. Yep, there's a crystal. That's the crystal room. So these are fake floors. Basically, it's nice enough to warn you with some blood on that one, but you don't get so lucky on this one. So you have to go this way. Now what happens if you get into these floors? One, you miss out on this part of the dungeon. You get locked in a cell, and one of those cells has a high elf in it. And that high elf is not happy when they see a dark elf. So this is a room where they are friendly to dark elves. Or not dark elves, dwarves. So as you can see, this is where they help dwarves stretch. Very stretchy dwarves. It's also their food supply and pantry. This is more of the same. It's how dwarves and humans are supposed to be. Their natural state. It's locked and I'm not holding the key. Unfortunately. Open. Why does this place have so many keys? Open. 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 Okay, I see how it is. I need a bloodstained key. Well, there's a person back there, but she's obtuse to get to. So I guess we'll go down to the dungeons. Well, there's another picture of Jenna. Ain't she pretty? Go down here, go through spikes. There's Moosh. Do you have the key I need? Give me the key. You didn't even have the key. You could have just told me. least we got some Horror's Bane. So, hopefully that'll keep us safe. You never know when they'll pop out and try to distract you. Nothing in there. If you fall through the fake floor, you'll end up in here with this high elf. And she's enchanter. Vertical. Yep. So you fall down, you end up with the enchanter. And she's level 25 and she will absolutely attack you. Along with a centered halfling. Hey buddy. Now if you're good, or good aligned, she'll give you a quest. But if you're a dark elf like me, she will absolutely start tearing into you. She won't win, but you know. But basically, anytime you fall through a fake floor in this place, it's not ideal. I think I have the key to this one. Open. 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 Thank you. And there's Rathel. He's rare. But I'm going to walk out here before I get locked in. Oh, you're attacking me. She spun a sword at me. That's not very nice. Got some dark elf parts. As a dark elf. It's not betrayal, it's just nudge, you know. So Rathel's doing Rathly things. We saw him. That's what we came here to do. Go here. Go here. I think. Nope. Yes. Oh. I feel like a cow. It's just like walking around. Like pause at the locked door at the door. You just walk around. No, a skeleton popped out. Cease your actions. You trifle with a cleric of an Uruk. Okay. And this is the next one. More skeletons, which have a very high aggro rate. There's a goblin warrior. So I think that's supposed to signify that the dark elves here we're going to make allies with the goblins. See how the ogre guards are just walking to the warrior? Alternatively, you can say they were interrogating the goblin. They could have called the goblin and just been like interrogating him. Why is that goblin hanging around this area? What are you doing here? Where's your parents? What are you doing? And then a skeleton popped out. There you go. And then a skeleton popped out. And more goblin warriors. And there's a spooter. Yep, oops, all spooters. Oh, goblins too. Those goblins. And there's the Widow Mistress. You should not have come within my grasp. My widows will trap you in their webs and feast on your blood. You got quite the aggro range there, lady. Where are your clothes? Do you believe you're a spooter? Agenda isn't that high level of a dungeon. What are you doing? Stiletto of the Bloodclaw. So this weapon poisons the target at level 18. You can start using it. It causes 20 damage and then 15 more damage every 6 seconds. Probably procs a lot too. That's a nasty weapon. I have an ult I might throw that on too. You can use that. Shadow Knight. Yeah, I think I have somebody I want to toss it on to. That's a mean weapon. Like, legitimately mean. So we're going to go over here. With an axe staff. Are you going to randomly attack me? You're not hostile. What do you want? Foolish Dark Elf. I am in no mood to treat with beggars. I have half a mind to summon the great Jabobber here and turn him loose on you. Well, don't keep me waiting. State your business or be off with you. Now, the joke there is that Jabobber is the random pet name for your skeleton, or a mage pet, or enchanter pet. They have random names like Jabobber. So if he's going to summon the great Jabobber, it means he's going to summon his pet. And that's all that means. So Najena is, of all places, hanging out down here. And she's going to be in here. Do I have the key? Do you mind? Do you mind? Okay. Well, Najena's up. So I can get it. Nope, I'm not going to open the door. I thought I was clever. So Najena is up. If I can get in that door, I can see her. Well, actually, let's see if I can get her to come out here. Hold on. Golden Crescent Key. I'm doing a lot of this stuff off of memory. An error has occurred. Okay, so apparently I made an error in judgment. I let somebody live and I shouldn't have. So I need to go back to Wrathel, take him out, take Drelzen out, then I can take out Najena. So I saw the bosses and gave mercy when I shouldn't have. That's okay. Najena is up, everybody's up. I should just go walk. But for clerics to do damage, it takes a lot of mana. So I need to mana-tate real quick. Dearest brother, I send you this worshipper of our Lord of Hate as you have requested. I sense that his hate is strong, and will prove a valuable access to the memory of the spires of Enrook. Sincerely, your princess, Priestess Saxon. I'm sorry. Do I look like a girl? Guy to you? Well, technically. Anyway. Who cares? Okay, let me out of here. There. This tiny little crack is where, you know, this is kind of a clever hiding spot. I didn't really like it when I was younger, but now I can kind of appreciate it, and it's kind of clever. You ogre guards are bad at your job. And then a skeleton popped out. Like I said, it says the dark writing appears to be in Dark Elvish. And you begin to read. Let's just walk past you guys. Okay. The drills knows a target I need to take out. Go down to Rathel. You're gonna make me click the key again? Yes. Yes, you are. Open. 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 Thank you. Foolish children, my magic surpasses the boundaries of life and death. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. And he drops basic loot. Open. And I'm locked in here forever. Open. So, obviously that's a rare drop. So unless I want to stay here and farm that guy, I'm not going to be able to get the key. Okay, that's not enough for you. I like to drag things out. So I think that's it for this dungeon. Unless I want to stay here and grind forever and ever and ever. Well, yeah, you take out this guy. Sometimes he drops the key. Take out Drellsna. Sometimes he drops the key. Then you take out Jenna, which is just a basic Dark Elf female model. And then she drops the key that unlocks all the doors, but it's temporary and disappears as soon as you log out. Last Jenna. God forbid you log out behind a door that's you need a key to. And you're in trouble. But now everyone has Origin, so that's not as big of a deal as it used to be. Okay, so now we're going to go to the evil sides of Kanos and Freeport. Because I didn't get to show them off last time. Because I was on a good character. I'll just pop this on. He's a little bit faster. I got loads of random junk. I mean, it's good because I get more platinum, but yeah. Hello, Warden. If you're great, they'd make a video games about you. Hello, Runihara. Hello, random splattered person. He's stuck in the looting animation. Okay. Look at all this cool stuff. Isn't it natural to have green, like grass, just like curve around on the entire hill? I get what they're trying to do, but it looks weird. I don't know, it does what it's supposed to. Just with an MMO, you spend a long time in an area, so things you kind of just dismiss, like, oh, those are cliffs. Kind of like makes you like look at things. Because it's supposed to be grass, but it's like growing straight up the hill. I don't know. It's okay. This game is just fun to like look around and play in. I mean, the gameplay loop's just more the same. It's just you fight monster and level up. Here, buy my junk. Remember the spider silk it's all being sold for like ridiculous amounts. So I'm pretty much sitting on a gold mine. I am the wealthiest person on the server. Because I have spider silk in my inventory. It's just that easy. I'm gonna keep the Horror's Bane in case I need it later. You never know when one of them will just pop up and be like, hey, wanna go on a date? That's not something you want. I'll save the stiletto too, because that's kind of a spicy looking item. Okay. I'll clear up my inventory for a bit. Let's go to Kanos. Now we're going to go to the evil side. Because there's more to this city than meets the eye. Now my cleric has done a little bit of faction work, so I'm able to go into Rivervale and some other places I normally wouldn't be able to. But it doesn't mean everyone likes me, but I know I should be okay. Everyone is dubious to me, like, what is he doing here? But I already know I should be okay. Wait. There he is. This is Cain Bale. How dare you speak with me? The commander of Kanos Guards. The reports have told me that we look forward to seeing your names on the most wanted list. Until then, stay far from here. Find yourself in shackles. That's the brother of Antonius Bale. That's the evil leader. Now, keep an eye on his face. Because that's not his face. He has a random model when he's on the surface. His actual face has an eye patch. Random beggar. Everyone's dubious to me. Nobody will sell me stuff. And it's because I'm a dark elf. I just have to deal with it. Why is everybody in random places right now? I don't know. It's probably because I came here in the middle of the night. Now there are mages here that are hostile to me, but if I get in trouble, I'll deal with it. Generally by using Divine Aura and zoning out so I don't lose faction. Because I'm already on thin ice in this town. Okay. So there's a lot of ways to get into the sewers, but yep, nobody's going to be as nice to my dark elf as they were my cat. As long as I don't go to the mage's quarter, I should be okay. But even then, like I said, they're not hostile anymore. Because at some point they said, okay, spell vendors and guild masters are not going to attack anybody anymore. So this used to be a really threatening run. Like Xanatomo here. Well, not him. Well, let's not take any more risk. Like, I know I should be safe, but, you know. Okay, so here's what I wanted to show. Now, let's say you started in Kanos. You got your guild note. They say follow the bones down. This time I can do this safely. Because there's a whole other part of town I skipped out on last time. So you're down here, just kind of like wandering around. What are they talking about? Where do you go? Actually, where do you go? Hold on. Yeah, here we are. Hell, Knivets. What business do you have in the Peninsula Canis area? Have you reported the escape to Catman? We had a Catman imprisoned here for use in future gladiator battles. He escaped. In the process, he bit off my assistant's hands, which held the key to the pen number 7. Now I seek a hire a warrior to retrieve key 7. So, he was hiding from my Bashir last time. They are imprisoning Bashir down here to use to fight in gladiator battles. So not all that nice. But now we are of the evil sort. So I know I am welcome in the catacombs. Not all of them will be, of course. But most of the time. These are the worshippers of Bertoculus, which is the plague bringer. And this is the source of the plague that's in the Chronos. If you're a human necromancer or a shadow knight and you start in Kanos, you're probably going to get really comfy with the Kanos aqueduct system. But these runes for you mean safety. So here's a... You have set foot upon the sacred grounds of Shrine of Bertoculus. You best have business here, or this dirt shall become your grave. He's placed out here so you know if you're hostile or not. So because we call him when he's apprehensive, that means the entire place is going to be apprehensive. Now there's a lot to the shrine, and there's a lot of entrances down here. You know, but this is basically just a hunting ground for the evil sort. There's a whole thing to this. We chose this place because it's close to the shrine. So if you're a newbie, this is going to be your home. This is the Bertoculus. Little fire beetle you can hunt if you're baby. This is it. This is the evil guild. And there's Van Shot Black. You know, if you drink a lot of blood of some sort, something comes out black. I'm not gonna say what. Welcome to the Shrine of the Diseased. You'll be repaid for your service when the soul crosses into the void of Toxis' waiting arms. Are you available to do his bidding, or are you too busy? Again, I don't really advance these options because I am not strong enough. But here's a banker. So if you come down here and you want a bank, you can talk to this guy, which is kind of really useful. A lot of these guys are just they don't say nothing, but they look cool. Like every model of humans is down here. So if you ever just wanted to see what everyone looks like. Your eyes betray your eagerness and your naivety, young one. I am Unmo's Tukor, Scourge Knight of the Blood Sabers. If you come seeking training as a Shadow Knight, then I will offer you guidance. Your magician spells down here if you are so inclined. Let's see. There's a cleric down here if you're a cleric of Protoxylus. This will be your guild master. Hail, Nivets. I hope the trek to the shrine has not scarred you in any way. Our defenses have been increased lately. Many of the citizens have heard rumors about the shrine. I said I'll do that to the soldier. The soldier I refer to as Commander Cain Bale, Supreme Officer himself. Don't get me wrong, I trust Cain. He has quite a black heart. I just don't trust that girl Nerissa. Nerissa Cloth Spinner. We saw her on the way in. Her sister is a good friend of Cain's. When she left Cain to venture into the world, she asked Cain to watch over the girl. Now Cain tries to hide this child from the fact he's allied with our church. I do not think he's hidden it well. I have told the others, but they do not believe me. I don't care. I have my own plans. The lair of the Bloodsaber is no place for you. Be gone or be dead. But yeah, so basically, you have to be like really high faction with these guys to get some things done. Well, this is a Church of Protoxylus. This is a plague. This is technically my guild. I don't have anything to do with Dark Elves. Move along. I have much to do here in defense of the temple of our Lord and appeasing our patron Protoxylus, the Plague Lord. The Plague Lord has gifted you with the desire to serve his will. As a priest of the Blood Sabers, I will assist you in your training. If not, leave me alone now, and do not interrupt me again. Welcome. It's good to see our disciples can still outsmart the guards of Canos and make it to the shrine of Protoxylus. Our ranks are filled with the disciples such as yourself. We have need of you. Do you wish to serve our Lord or disease or not? Aye, that is good. Of late we have heard news of how the message will be sent to the tree folks of the Jagged Pine. Antonius Bale will send word to the Jagged Pine that certain requests will be met. We must intercept this message, and that's all you need to know. Go and find Antonius Bale's messenger, Garin. He should have the message. Get it by any means necessary and return to me. Go now. And let me remind you, you don't have to be allied with the city up top of Kranos to be okay with the catacombs. You do not bear the sweet aroma of death and decay that the Plaguebreaker bestows upon his most faithful servants. What is it that you seek from Willis? A healthy young dark elf you appear to be. The Plaguebreaker has not blessed you with the greatest of gifts. What can I do for you, young one? Sometimes you'll see Cain Bale walking around down here. So I'm hoping we'll see him. But when he's down here, I'll have an eye patch. I think because he's playing around up top, he's not going to be down here. But he'll come to the shrine. Yeah. This is the shrine I left out last time. Sometimes Cain Bale will come down here. He has blonde hair and an eye patch. If you're a newbie, a necromancer or a shadow knight, and you picked human for some god awful reason, so come down here to the catacombs. And you'll be protected by a specter and Argon, which will generally ignore every monster down here. You know, you can hunt these specters if you're good aligned. But occasionally, I think Bale walks by. Not very safe. Well, you know, these are the Kanos catacombs. Doing this without a map is a challenge. You know, even the more you're down here, you know, the Scorchers is wimps. I'm not sure what that's supposed to say. Go back. I say that to people sometimes. Beware of the plague bringer. And there's a lot of hidden walls down here and stuff. No, it said that was a fake wall. I walked up into it. Derp. Okay. So even at the beginning of the game, it's just like, hey, would you like some fake walls? Enjoy. Some mercenaries down here. Can't hire them. The barbarian mercenary and human mercenary. Why they would be down here in the sewers is interesting. This is the spawn hole where if you want to do hunt, I guess this would be the Nubia log. But yeah, there's investigators investigating the place. Never really goes anywhere. But yeah, there are. Hold on. Is that a skeleton? Maybe it's the undead knight on the other side. Yeah, but short races kind of see through the ground a little more often. See, it says here's a bloated alligator. That is a small alligator. I have never seen something so small. That is very small. And that was a very big piranha. There's a cube. This is the one that ate Zamel's daughter, I think. Let's pop it open and see. He'll drop up an address sometimes. Sometimes they'll have a dress on them, and that's Zamel's daughter. She got eaten. The height filter doesn't really matter. Everything's kind of going up and down. So yeah, you would just hunt here. And again, you don't need the surface really much at all. There's no investigator. There are too many, too strong. He got beaten up by the service of Protoxylus. So if you're good aligned, he would be someone you want to go talk to for a quest. Never thought I'd see a dragon down here, but okay. I'm gonna go up back to North Cass. So that is the evil side of Kanos. The only thing I didn't see is Commander Bale down there because he's currently talking about how he wants to put us on a wanted list. Like, no, he doesn't. And now we're back outside. Like, once you learn to navigate the aqueducts, you can really go through Kanos a lot faster. It's very convenient if you're on the right faction side. You got a banker, you got a vendor down there. You got a quick way back to the surface. But if you're good aligned, eventually Kanos will chase you out because the corrupt guards will overwhelm, especially Lieutenant Daggerrock, especially. And you got Kane Bale sitting around the corner. But if you're evil, even if the good guards hate you, a lot of them aren't very strong. So now we'll do a Freeport. Go to the evil side. This Freeport is also corrupt. There it is. It's down there. You look like you smell like peppermint. Go into Freeport. Because the Paladins, I've worked to get faction up with them, so I should be able to walk around Freeport freely. Unless there's like a freak occurrence. I think there's one bar I can't go into. Because there's a dwarf and a high elf in there. The humans will not trust me. But they shouldn't bother me. Wait. Actually, we can just go straight to the sewers. So come over here. How you would figure this out back in the day. I'm sure there were guides and stuff. But just go straight to the sewers. Both human cities have evil areas underneath them. We showed off the top side early on. There's no point in doing it again. But I didn't show the sewers. And again, it has some like newbie monsters. Unless you could fight. Shadow hands. How about these aren't the people I need to be aligned with anyway. They're just dumb. A Shadow Hand Thief's corpse dies with an expression locked with surprise. I can't believe that happened. I attacked a random person, and they attacked me back. Some lost spirits. You know, no one gave them directions. That's what happens. You know, dead citizens. Skeletons always attack you. It's very rare for an undead creature not to attack you. It's a zombie. That came before he starts waddling towards me with that very strange animation. A drowned citizen's corpse finally dies after many years of haunting the sewers. There's a door. So they're drowned citizens. Piranhas. So this is technically a hunting zone, but I guess you could use ladder, couldn't you? It's just tunnels leading to other parts of Freeport. Unfortunately, there's not a guild down here, so it's kind of hard to like really. I think this is a gate. Nope. Just a view gate. So how do you get over there? There we go. Well, actually I can just walk by them. I will take advantage of that. Some ooze. Okay, didn't like that. Some of them will attack you somewhat. And yeah, I can't really go invisible on this one. We're gonna take the Shadow Hands. Yeah, there's nothing down this passage, but charming. We have a hero in our midst. There's nothing down here except for more Shadow Hands. It's just a hunting area. There's a bunch of humans you can take out. Let me see if that thing spawned. gonna take out some thieves, but we'll be okay. I'm very tempted to activate my mercenary. That's such a waste. Get him. That's much better. I am not built for combat, but he is. Thank you. Let's see. We have Fangbot here. Nope. It's probably my favorite outfit in the entire game for reasons. Anyway, so Poison Scorpion. I guess version 1 would spawn here. It's probably some gnomish thing. Here, I'll put a damage shield on you. That should help out a bit. If they want to do damage, they can do it to themselves. Yep, much better. Look at them go. He is out. Silly humans thinking they can take out an ogre and a dark elf. What were they thinking? You are literally an ingredient to hee-hee meat. The hee-hee meat is getting rowdy. That's very silly of them. Look at her thinking she's a healer. It clearly says thief. Flop. Everybody do the flop. You will please cease your actions. Thank you. Yeah, if you got the patience for it, this is a level 14. A good place to hunt. And this is just a tunnel leading back. So if you want to get back into town, that's how you do it. This is the sewers. Making sure I don't steer you wrong. They look pretty. Look at that brown water. Isn't that great? But yeah, it's just a hunting area. Outside of those people, not really a whole lot going on. I'm down here for fun. If I jump past it again, I don't think we'll need it. I don't just want a sword anymore. It's just that those thieves just can't get to it. There's a forgotten merchant. Nobody bought his stuff. There's a stonemason. And yep, I don't think whoever this thing says is up is up. Well, just a bunch of zombies. So I'm guessing they're trying to say that there was a merchant group down here. They are no longer a part of the living. Nobody bought their things. Alternatively, a necromancer went on a field trip. And more mosquitoes. And gutter larva. And after all that, there was like one vendor that I can't use because I'm a dark elf. If I was a rogue, they'd be okay with me. Then we're in East Freeport. And they charge you 12 plat for that too. That's okay. Nice swing sword, you give me money. That's how it works. Of course, it wouldn't be a way to the sewers unless it's behind an invisible wall. So this one is behind hi Josh. See, the night patrol. Surprisingly, the priests and the knights are more nice to me than the militia. Which a militia is comprised of Shadow Knights and Necromancers. So figure that one out. Yeah, this is just outside the in this place. The Warriors Guild. They're right outside the Warriors Guild. There's a zero next to the sewers. I'll just let you go to a area. That seems like something people stand with nowadays. Entirely a coincidence, but I'm just saying. Yeah, there's more to this place. So we're gonna hop in. And there's some evil afoot. Which, considering I'm evil, that's fine. Yeah, we're not gonna talk to someone evil like me, is that face? But there is a narc elf down here, which will only talk to me. There he is. I'll show you what's down here, though. Go down this part of the Coliseum. It's just empty gladiator rooms. Lots and lots of soul. You know somebody at some point was bashing their head against all these walls. Jesus, Ruggenbug, why? Arrgh, bubble feel and pump. Thought he got attacked. Pay mind to the authorities of Freeport. Vile as they may be, powerful and many they are. You know, everybody knows this city is a stinkhole. There's a portal to devastation here. You wouldn't guess it, but this is a high level area. I can't really go that far in because I'm too low level, but I like the way it looks. Since we're here, might as well take a look at it. Basically, everyone's fighting everybody. It's like a faction free-for-all. That's me, the outcast. Your first thing is this giant creature. Wolfmore, the outcast, looks up and down, taking in your weapons and you're instinctively gauging your ability. He replies in a somber tone, Hello, you are different than the rest of us here. You have not come here from the wall. You have somehow come straight from the world. The outcast slowly shakes his head. You should leave this place before its nature becomes your own. I don't believe that you want to become part of the cycle here. Anger released on others returns tenfold to the giver, they say. I have been in the wall, and will go back there again. Through each time it takes me longer to return, longer to fight my way back. I have been cast from the cycle. I no longer have enough rage in my heart. I feel disconnected from her, and without my rage and desire, I have nothing. The wall is, well, it is what it is. Those that die here come into the world with enough anger in their hearts, or that will kill that anger, come here when they die. When they are drawn here to her, the wall is where they go. And there she will fight with another to be reborn, pushing her way forward to the boundary. She only calls those near the edge to do battle unless, of course, her rage is so great that she calls one of her most powerful servants from the wall. She, well, you wouldn't know, so you really don't belong here. She is Sullen Zek. She rules here. This is her plane. We call it the Devastation, though I suppose it might be more properly called the Plane of Rage. Each of us that belong here is drawn to her. We know that those who are worthy, with enough rage, will, and strength, they become her servants and become summoned into the tower. Look out into the fields here and know that each creature here serves Sullen Zek, and they all fight to be by her side. Legends tell that they become vessels of rage, as Belton the Vile. They've entered the tower. We all wish that, or we all did wish it when we arrived. I have seen things that changed me, and I no longer feel the rage that I should. Yes, this place and everything about it being hers. Her essence is everywhere. Sometimes within the wall it's possible to remember things that are important to her. There was a time when I was near to becoming the vessel of rage. After I battled for the position at the front of the wall so that I might be allowed a chance to return to battle, I found a small tooth. It was a tooth of a wolf. I stopped my struggles and examined the thing as well as I could. Suddenly I knew the nature of the tooth and how it came to be here. I experienced a memory, one of her memories. She remembers every battle ever fought in the world of the plains. She doesn't remember them as you might. She remembers the feelings in the battle more than the form. Those emotions become a memory of the battle, and for her are the battle. I once experienced one of those memories, a gift from her, no doubt. What I saw and felt turned me from the path of rage. Now I'm lost here, useless to her, and too worthless for the combatants to destroy. I can't shake the feeling that she was sent in memory for me of purpose, but I cannot decipher the reason why. Perhaps, if she so desires, I can show memory to you as well. I am willing to reach out for her on your behalf if you are ready for such an experience. I will absolutely get floored if I continue this conversation. Well, basically out here, there are warriors that are ready to attack. And Sullen Zek is the god of rage. So everyone out here is just like they want to fight. Level 72. Yeah, if I step out here, I'm going to get taken out. But I wanted to show the area. What do I got here? I know there's a way out. I have forgotten my way out. I know I don't have the origin. How do I exit? Sometimes that works. Oh dear, EverQuest, you're driving up the lost maps. Okay. What is origin? There is a way out where you don't have. You can go back to the statue, but I can't think of what it is. But we've seen Freeport before. There's really nothing more to really show. But the Planet of Destruction is pretty cool. The only thing down there was a dark elf that'll give you a book. And this is for poison making. But he only gives it to you if you're a dark elf or you can speak dark elfish. Not that big of a deal. What else? I haven't done Gok and Lower Gok, but I'm not going to do that one. It's Frog Place. There's a bunch of random frogs with no names. I mean, the story behind it is there used to be a troll city, and trolls were getting beaten out of Gok. So they approached Interrook and said, if I sacrifice my life, will you take out these froglocks and turn them undead? So Interrook said yeah, and he turned half the froglocks undead. That's kind of what happened. Gameplay wise, it's just a dungeon. Where have I not gone? Bear with me. Did that. I think that's it. This game is very dear to me, so if you give it a shot, you will have fun. This is a thing is I quit a long time ago, and I don't really know a whole lot of the new areas. So showing you those areas will be new to me too. And this game takes a long time to grind. So really not a whole lot more I can do with this, unless I want to grind like forever and ever. Which I just don't have a lot of time. So I may revisit this for like grind sessions every once in a while, but if you have interest in EverQuest, give it a try. Hope you have a good day. Everything goes well for you. This has been EverQuest. It's a great game. I enjoy it. But it's about as far as my knowledge goes. So thank you. Thanks for watching. And hope everything goes well for you. Bye bye.